And a very pleasant good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. The road trip today continues for the Klamath Falls Falcons as they find themselves at Sprague High School in our state's capital to take on the Salem Dodgers. Glad to be with you today. My name is Josh Eldridge. A pair of games between the Falcons and the Salem Dodgers today. The Falcons picking up a win last night against North Eugene by a score of 5-0, improving their record to 22-6-1, whereas the Salem Dodgers still looking for their first win of the summer of 2025. They enter with an 0-21 record. We'll take a deeper look at each of these two teams as well as introduce you to their starting lineups as we get closer to first pitch today of a doubleheader between the Falcons and the Dodgers. It's coming up next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Just a few minutes away today from Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons on the road today, wrapping up a quick three-game road trip against the Salem Dodgers. And as the Dodgers get ready to take the field here in just a moment, let's introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams, and we'll begin with the visitors from Klamath Falls. Leading off in right field for the Falcons today is Carson Sims, followed by the shortstop, Connor Shively, batting second. Jacoby Tacchini is the catcher. He bats third. Colin Tacchini is the cleanup hitter at second base for the Falcons. P.J. Safford is at third base, batting fifth. Hitting sixth is Ian Meyer, the designated hitter. Corbin Hamilton is at first base. He bats seventh for the Falcons, followed by Ryan Glidden in center field, batting eighth. And Ryan Douglas bats ninth, rounding out the Falcons' order in left field. He'll be going up against Caden Guerin-Knoll on the mound for the Salem Dodgers. He's got a lineup behind him that goes like this. Leading off and at second base for the Dodgers is Isaac Irwin. The catcher, Shea Rasmussen, bats second, followed by Wilson Herrera, the shortstop, hitting third. Tanner Antone is the first baseman. He hits cleanup, followed by Ryder Johnston, the center fielder, batting fifth. Hitting seventh is the pitcher, Caden Guerin-Knoll, followed by the third baseman, batting seventh, Jeff Bloom. Nolan Ricks is the left fielder. He bats eighth, and the right fielder bats ninth. That's Corey Sidwell. They'll be going up against Hunter Glidden on the mound for the Falcons. The Dodgers has taken the field. They have got their white uniforms on with Dodgers written across their chest in kind of a light blue with red outline today. The Dodgers' primary color is red, and their logo is that of the Washington Nationals, the white W in cursive. And the Falcons, of course, in the same uniforms that they wore last night, their blue tops with red Falcons written across their chest in cursive text. And the Falcons have got their gray pants on today and their customary blue caps with the red brim. Take a look at the season for the starting pitcher for the Salem Dodgers, Caden Guerin-Knoll. Again, it's been a tough start to the year for the Dodgers, 0-21 on the season. But Guerin-Knoll on the mound is making his 6th start of the summer. It's his 10th overall appearance. He's pitched 16 2/3 innings, giving up 42 hits, 70 runs, 45 of them earned, and he's walked 26 against 17 strikeouts, an ERA of 18.9. As a team, the ERA for the Salem Dodgers hovers right around 14. The first pitch, it's across to Carson Sims, but misses below the knees for ball 1. So Sims leading things off, followed in the order, of course, by Connor Shively and Jacoby Tacchini. Next pitch to Sims also misses below the knees. Carson gets ahead now 2-0. Had a leadoff single in the win last night against North Eugene, a 5-0 win for the Falcons. Carson slams one into left field over the head of the left fielder Sidwell, and that's going to roll to the wall. Sims rounding second, but he'll stop there, and a leadoff double for Sims is how we get things started today. And just as the Falcons started last night, they pick up here against the Salem Dodgers. A man in scoring position to begin the ball game for the team leader in RBI, Connor Shively. Sims extending his team lead in the category of extra base hits. That's his 12th double of the season and his 13th overall extra base hit. First pitch to Shively misses upstairs and away. The count is 1-0. Like I said, Connor leads the team in RBI, batting .455 and has 38 runs batted in this summer. Pitcher Guerin-Knoll delivers to Shively, hits it in the air, right center field. Center fielder Johnston gets underneath it to make the catch. Sims is going to stay put at second, and there is one gone in the top of the first inning, bringing up Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini picking up a couple of base hits in the win last night against North Eugene. That 5-0 win for the Falcons was their third consecutive shutout win, of course, dating back to the night previous when they shut out South Medford a pair of times with two 10-0 Mercy Rule wins. Tacchini fouls off the first pitch. Count is 0-1. Good job to get back to winning ways for the Falcons after a tough loss before the 4th of July holiday where they lost 2-1 against North Jackson. Since then, they have outscored their opponents 25-0. Pitch to Tacchini will hit him inside on the back of the calf, so he gets awarded first base. Going to see Chase Barrett come on out of the dugout and run in place of Tacchini, as has been customary this summer, and it'll bring up Colin Tacchini, the cleanup hitter, with 2 on and 1 out. Jacoby's been hit by the pitch quite a bit this year. I believe he is the team leader in that category. Yeah, that's the 10th time he's been plunked this year. He paces the team in that statistical category. So boosting the old on-base percentage, even if it stings a little bit at first. Tacchini works his way to first, and like I said, Barrett replaces him out there as a courtesy runner. Here's Colin Tacchini. Chance now to drive in the opening run of the ball game. He did so last night with a sacrifice fly in the first inning against North Eugene. Here's the first pitch to Colin. Misses in the dirt. Catcher knocks it down, but both runners advance as it kicked away from Rasmussen just a bit down the first base line. So now 2 men in scoring position for Colin, and even more, a similar spot that he found himself in yesterday. Sacrifice fly would do it here. Tacchini's had 1 in each of the last 3 games for the Falcons. That one misses away from the catcher, gets away from Rasmussen again, but this time Sims decides against breaking for the plate, remains at third, but the count is 2-0. To Colin Tacchini with P.J. Safford ready to swing away on deck. Just going back to look at the Falcons' schedule. Like I said, they've played well these last 3 times out. Tacchini swings and misses at the 2-1 pitch. The game's coming up tomorrow, vitally important for the Falcons. They'll be back at home at Kiger Stadium for a doubleheader against the North Jackson Royals. That's the team that they split with back on July 3rd. Delivery to Tacchini, misses in the dirt. Count moves to 3 balls and a strike now. Got to pick up a couple of wins against North Jackson tomorrow night if the Falcons want to stay in line with the league-leading Crater Comets. Delivery to Takini. It misses upstairs, and a 5-pitch walk delivered to the cleanup hitter will load the bases for P.J. Safford. Sims at third, Barrett at second, and Colin Takini now aboard at first. And here's P.J. Safford, batting from the right side, getting the start at third base today. Safford on the season, batting .292. Here's the delivery. Misses inside. Rasmussen, the catcher, getting down to block it. Count goes to 1-0. Around the diamond for Salem. Bloom is at third. Herrera at short. Irwin at second. Antone at first. Sidwell in left field. Johnson in center. And Ricks is in right. Working out of the windup now is Guerin Knoll. Here's the pitch to Safford. Goes off speed and a ground ball sent out towards short. On to Irwin for one. The back end of the double play is not in time. And Safford reaching on a fielder's choice, driving in the opening run of the ball game. The Falcons lead 1-0. 2 away, and it brings up the designated hitter, Ian Meyer. Meyer this season batting .280 for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Got the start at first base in the nightcap win last night. Safford with a delayed steal. He'll wind up in scoring position, joining Chase Barrett, who's now standing at third. So 2 potential RBI out there waiting for Ian Meyer. This season, he's got 15 runs batted in. Stands tall in the right-handed batter's box. Not much bend in his knees as he awaits the pitch. It's a slider that dips low and away. Count, I believe, is 2-0. After Meyer in the Falcons' order is Corbin Hamilton. Again, working out of the windup is Guerin Knoll. Here's the pitch. Floats one across the upper part of the zone that Meyer swings and misses at. The count moves to 2 balls and a strike. Modest lead off a second for Safford. Not much off of third for Barrett. And that pitch will miss low to Meyer. Count moves to 3-1. Already 1 run home for the Falcons here in the top of the first inning after Sims led off with a double. Moved over on the wild pitch and then scoring on the fielder's choice. Here's a ground ball back up the middle. Diving is Irwin at second base, but it kicks off of his glove and into center field. Barrett scores, and Safford comes in to score from second base as well. And a 2 RBI single for Ian Meyer makes it 3-0 Falcons in the top of the first inning. Just put it right back where it came from there for Ian. Nothing particularly special about that base hit except for that it drives home 2 runs. RBI 16 and 17 for him this summer, and his team leads by 3. Corbin Hamilton takes the first pitch outside. Count moves to 1-0 to Corbin. Batting .370 this summer for the Falcons. 6'3" first baseman awaits the 1-0 pitch. And that one misses off the plate outside. Count is 2-0. Guerin Knoll trying to go with that breaking pitch outside. Hasn't quite been able to place it yet. And time is called, but only just for a moment to allow Hamilton to settle back into the box. Guerin Knoll now having to work out of the stretch. The runner is on the move. The pitch misses high, and Meyer slides in safely. And the count will be 3-0 to Hamilton, but now with the man in scoring position. After Corbin in the order is Ryan Glidden for the Falcons. Aggressive lead off of second for Meyer. The second baseman, Irwin, trying to hold him, keep him honest as that pitch misses outside to Hamilton. And a 4-pitch walk delivered to him, bringing up the aforementioned Ryan Glidden. Glidden's seen the average rise as of late. Batting .273 on the season. Picked up hits in the doubleheader against South Medford. And last night was 0 for 3. But has been getting the starting role since Max Price has been missing from the lineup the last couple of games. Glidden has slid in there and started the last 3 games in center field. So he takes the first pitch for a strike. Count is 0-1 to Glidden. Ryan Douglas is on deck. And the delivery to Glidden is another slider that misses away. Count is even. Again, Guerin-Knoll trying to find that outside corner to the right-handed hitters. Hasn't been able to find it yet. The Falcons have been able to work ahead in the count here in the first inning and get good pitches to swing at. Delivery on the way to Glidden. There's that off-speed pitch that missed low. Count is 2-1 to Glidden. Like I said, 273 hitter on the season. He scored 22 runs, though, which is good for fourth most on the team. Has done a lot of courtesy running this year for different guys in the Falcons order. Fouls one off the right side here, but the first baseman, Antone, runs out of room. Will fall gracefully to the grass, and the count is 2-2 strikes. Quite a bit of foul territory around the base paths here at Sprague High School, but behind home plate, not a ton of it, not a ton of room for catchers to try to make a play. And not a particularly deep outfield either here at Sprague High School. As Glidden checks his swing, that one came in and hit him in the wrist. And he gets hit by a pitch there. It will load the bases. Meyer moves to third. Hamilton moves to second. And now with Glidden aboard at first, here is Ryan Douglas. Like I said, not a particularly deep outfield. It's 290 down the right field line. It is 315 down the left field line. And only 375 to straightaway center field comparatively to Kiger Stadium, which is 385, I believe, to straightaway center. Last night played at Swede Johnson Stadium in Eugene. It was 390 to straightaway center. As Glidden gets hit on the brim of the helmet. And another curveball that Knoll couldn't get across the zone. Plunks the number 9 hitter in the order, getting across another run for the Falcons. They now lead 4-0. Meyer scoring. Hamilton advancing to third. Glidden to second. Douglas aboard as we go back to the top of the order. The Falcons have batted around here in the first inning, bringing up Carson Sims. Sims, if you recall, doubled to get the rally started. Would come around to score, and we've got a mound visit coming up here for the Salem Dodgers. Want to remind you that today's broadcast on mybasin.com brought to you in part by Gino's Cafe on East Main Street. They're open every morning at 6:30, serving their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com, or you can have it brought right to you on DoorDash. Also, tonight's broadcast brought to you by the Pacific Power Foundation, who in 2024 donated over $70,000 to local organizations in the Klamath Basin like the Oregon Tech Foundation, the Ross Ragland Theater, and the Klamath County School District. Big thanks to Pacific Power for stepping up, not only in those ways, but also supporting this season of broadcasts of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball. No changes, I don't believe, for the Salem Dodgers. Oh, no, they do have a new pitcher coming into the game, and we will square all that up for you coming up here in just a moment. Still in the top of the first inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead 4-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
New pitcher in the game for the Salem Wellcare Dodgers is going to be number 19, Nolan Ricks, replacing Caden Guerin-Knoll. I believe Knoll is just going to replace him in right field. Will make sure of that here in just a moment before giving you an outlook on the new right-hander on the hill for the Dodgers. That is Nolan Ricks, making his fifth appearance of the summer. He hasn't yet started a game. They've all come in relief. He's pitched 6 innings so far this year, giving up 12 hits, 12 runs, although 6 of them earned. He's walked 2 and struck out 2, good for an ERA of 7 even. Falcons have already scored 4 runs here in the first, and they've got the bases loaded with Corbin Hamilton standing at third, Ryan Glidden out at second, and Ryan Douglas at first. And it's the leadoff man, Carson Sims, to swing away. Sims, again, doubled to get this rally started. Earlier this inning, would come around to score later on in the frame. First pitch, looks at for strike 1. The outside breaking ball finds the outside corner, and Sims falls behind in the at-bat. All the guys who are on base right now, they're via a free pass of some variety, as Sims hits a ground ball into left field, in for a base hit. That's going to score Hamilton. They wave Glidden in. He'll score no problem. And a 2 RBI single for Carson Sims continues the rally for the Falcons, making it 6-0. Douglas stays put at second, only advancing 1 station. And Sims aboard for the second time this inning. This time, though, adding a couple of RBI for his trouble. Here's Connor Shively, who hits one into the air to right field, wherein Knoll is going to bring it in, has to leave his feet to make the catch, but he does so successfully to end the inning. But the Falcons score 6 runs, and they only need 3 base hits to do it. They leave 2 men stranded as we go to the bottom of the first on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Getting set now for the bottom of the first inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Hunter Glidden finishing up his warm-up tosses out there for the Falcons as they lead 6-0 against the Salem Wellcare Dodgers. Taking a look at the stats so far this season for Hunter Glidden. He's pitched well, making his 4th start of the summer, his 7th overall appearance, 19 2/3 innings, and a 2-0 record for Hunter. He's allowed 21 hits, 7 runs, although just 4 of them earned. He's walked 8 and struck out 10. Good for an ERA of 1.42. Has just been, frankly, impressive this summer for the Klamath Falls Falcons. A guy who didn't get a ton of innings during the high school season at the varsity level, but has used his time here with the Klamath Falls Falcons to fullest extent. I mean, that's what this is about, right? Improving for the prep season and onward. And Hunter Glidden has certainly fit that bill. He'll have to go against Isaac Irwin, Shea Rasmussen, and Wilson Herrera, the top 3 guys in the order for the Salem Dodgers. Facing quite the mountain to climb already. Jacoby Takini, the catcher for the Falcons, around the diamond. The defense goes like this. P.J. Safford at third. Connor Shively at short with Colin Takini at second. And Corbin Hamilton at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Ryan Douglas, Hunter Glidden, and Carson Sims. First pitch to Irwin, I believe was called a strike as Glidden comes set with the 0-1. That one is hit sharply right back to the mound. Glidden comes off the mound to make the play. Nice job to record the first out in the bottom of the first inning. Defense has been a strength as of late for the Falcons. Flash you back to early June. when sometimes the routine plays gave the Falcons a little bit of trouble, but lately they've been able to make not only the routine plays, but the tough plays as well. And for Glidden having to come off the mound, even though it was with his body's momentum, still a quality play there to record the first out as he gets ahead of the next batter, the catcher, Shea Rasmussen, 0-1 on a swing and a miss on an outside fastball. Glidden comes set again after receiving the sign from Tacchini, and here's the pitch. Curveball dips below the knees. Count moves even, now at a ball and a strike. Wilson Herrera waiting on deck for the Salem Dodgers. Pitch is popped up out of play behind first. Count moves now to 1-2. Rasmussen on the season, batting .257. He is 9 for his first 35 on the year. The delivery from Glidden is a curveball. Checks his swing. Did he go? No, he did not go around, so Rasmussen stays alive in this at-bat after taking a good curveball there from Glidden, about knee-high, but there you go. Rasmussen held up in time and now has to wait for the 2-2 pitch. On its way from Glidden, goes fastball upstairs, got him swinging for the second out in the first inning. Dialing up the high heat there for Glidden, bringing up Wilson Herrera. Wilson batting .273 on the summer for the Salem Dodgers. Gets on base about 36% of the time. Here's the first offering from Glidden. Goes off speed and drops in a strike. Knee-high curveball. The count is 0-1. Glidden using that off-speed pitch to get ahead of the right-handed hitting Herrera. Delivery on the way. Goes curveball again. This time it misses below the zone. Count runs even. After Herrera in the order is Tanner Antone, the first baseman, batting cleanup for the Dodgers. Pitch on the way from Glidden, another curveball. This one again misses low, 2-1. Trying to use that off-speed stuff to set up the fastball like he did in the previous at-bat, but now falling behind of the third hitter in this inning. Goes for a changeup, and that one misses low as well. Count is 3-1. Herrera batting from the right side, keeps his hands back in a 3-1 count. Glidden challenges him with the fastball, let her high on the outside corner. Nice location to run the count full, 3-2. Tacchini delivers the sign and sets the target. Here's the full count pitch from Glidden. Goes fastball, and it rung him up. A fastball over the plate. Herrera might have thought it was low, but Glidden gets away with strike three, looking to end the first inning. Down in order go the Dodgers here in the first. We'll go to the second in a 6-0 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Welcome you back to Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Getting ready for the top of the second inning, a game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead 6-0. Nolan Ricks getting ready to get into his second inning of relief on the mound, and we're going to have a new shortstop, I believe, for the Salem Dodgers. Going to find out exactly how they make a defensive replacement. At the end of that last inning, Herrera was ejected for arguing balls and strikes with the umpire after going down looking. It looks like going to bring perhaps Johnston. No, he's going out to center field. So Hummert comes in to play second. And let's see. Did they move Irwin over to shortstop, perhaps? Try to find out for sure in just a moment. We'll work out the defensive switches for the Salem Dodgers in just a moment. But it'll be Jacoby Tacchini, followed by Colin Tacchini and P.J. Safford to lead things off. I think our home plate umpire is just trying to make sure that we can get all the defensive substitutions in, and I think the ejected player still waiting to leave the ballpark, and I'll get the changes from the home plate umpire here in just a moment. But as we have some time to take pause, well, maybe, let's see, home plate umpire is coming back over to me. 13 is in. Okay, thank you. So it is Hummert who goes over to play second. And find out who is now at short here in just a moment. But again, Tacchini, then Colin Tacchini, then P.J. Safford do up a 6-0 ball game in the top of the second inning. Tacchini was hit by a pitch his first time around, and running instead was Chase Barrett. He came in to score in the first inning. Falcons batted 11 guys in the first inning. And the first pitch on the way to Tacchini is going to miss inside. The count is 1-0. Tacchini has done a good job of being patient at the plate. The catcher knows the strike zone well and takes an inside fastball there to get ahead. The 1-0. He's going to lift it into shallow left field. Behind third base, the shortstop gives chase, but is unable to bring it in. Thought it might have been playable for the third baseman, Bloom. I think he lost it in the sun. The sun is sort of right over top of where I am, stationed behind home plate at Sprague High School. Our vantage point facing pretty much directly south out towards center field. The count is a ball and a strike towards Jacoby Tacchini. It's a partly cloudy day, 76 degrees here in the capital city of Salem, Oregon. It's a great day for baseball. Humidity's a little high for my liking, up around 80% right now, but it's a fine day for baseball nonetheless as Tacchini takes the 1-1 pitch below the knees. Count moves to 2 balls and a strike. Jacoby this season batting .297 for the Falcons. 22 of his 27 hits have been singles. But he can certainly put some power behind his swing. Lifts a high fly ball into right field. The right fielder coming in. Knoll lays out for it, but is unable to bring it in. And that will allow Tacchini to advance to second. There he is, picking up an extra base hit after the diving attempt there by Sidwell. Pardon me, it looks like Sidwell and Knoll went around and swapped in left and right field. But regardless, leadoff double there for Jacoby Tacchini. So after Tacchini reaches second, of course, Barrett comes in and is the courtesy runner for him out there. And it will bring up Colin Tacchini with an RBI opportunity here in the second inning. Colin, without an official at-bat just yet, he walked back in the first inning and wound up out at second base, virtue of a fielder's choice. Colin has had a heck of a time on the base paths these last couple of games. He's done a great job of getting on, but has yet to really come around to score all that much. Has been the victim of fielder's choices, tough double plays, and the like. Sends a high fly ball to center field. The center fielder Johnston goes back and makes the catch on the run with his back to home plate. Tough ball to get to, but he brings in the first out of the second inning. In doing so, I think Chase Barrett thought that one might have been over the head of the center fielder. He was unable to tag up successfully, so he stays at second base. And it brings up P.J. Safford. Safford reached on a fielder's choice in the last inning, would come around to score in that inning. And the first offering on the way to Safford will miss below the knees, bounce to the plate. Barrett takes off for third. The throw down to third winds up down the line. Barrett gets back up. He's trying to score, and he will on the error. Score now 7-0 Falcons. The bases are empty for P.J. Safford. Again, that pitch missed low, so the count is 1-0. And after P.J. in the Falcons' order is Ian Meyer. Talked a bit about the upcoming schedule for the Klamath Falls Falcons. The home doubleheader tomorrow night against North Jackson. Probably be the most important home series of the season thus far, as Safford fouls off the 1-1 pitch, or pardon me, the 1-0 pitch, making it 1-1. Could go back to the home dates against Crater. Those came back on June 15th. Falcons split those games against the league-leading Crater Comets. The 1-1 pitch to Safford is lined into left center field and in for a base hit. Good piece of hitting there from PJ. Squared it up nicely to reach first with one out. But to continue my point, even though we're about a game and a half or so back, I believe 2.5 games back potentially now of Central Point in the standings, these games against North Jackson are to keep pace with Central Point. And as a matter of fact, you finish out the season with a road doubleheader against those Comets on June 18th. So keeping pace with them tomorrow night in front of a home crowd going to be vitally important. I'm sure the Falcons would also like a taste of revenge, as North Jackson, of course, collecting that walk-off win before the 4th of July holiday, a late night in Eagle Point and a bottom of the 9th inning walk-off base hit, left a sour taste in the mouth of the Falcons. So going to hope to bounce back tomorrow night. Here's the pitch to Meyer. It misses below the knees. Count is 2-0. All's to say is come on out and support the Falcons tomorrow night at Kiger Stadium. It's going to be a fun one. Good baseball on tap. We had a near-record crowd for the season last time against South Medford. Had a ton of people there, near 250 fans. Here's the pitch to Meyer. That one hit him in the back, and he will take first base, moving Safford up to second in the process and bringing up Corbin Hamilton. I think our record in attendance this year for the Falcons is right around 300, so trying to shatter that tomorrow night. Come on out. It's only $5 to get in, $3 for kids. Concessions available tomorrow night at Kiger. Always a great night for baseball in the Klamath Basin. Here's the first pitch to Corbin Hamilton. Rips it foul. Count moves to 0-1. Jacoby Tacchini started this inning with a double. He's since come around to score after Colin flew out. A single from Safford and Meyer being hit by a pitch is how we get runners at first and second with one away in the top of the second inning. A 7-0 ball game that the Falcons lead. Hamilton takes a inside slider, started in off the plate but broke back across the zone for a strike. The count is 0-2. After Hamilton in the order, it's Ryan Glidden for the Falcons. Second baseman, new entrant to the game, Hummert, trying to keep Safford honest at second as Hamilton looks at a pitch that misses off the plate outside. Count moves to 1-2. Corbin, the reigning Alaska 529 midseason classic MVP, has seen his average jump up nicely these last about 7 or so ball games as he takes a pitch upstairs, 2-2. Dipped a little bit after the games last night, or the single game last night against North Eugene, and the predecessor against South Medford was hitless, but had a 17-game hitting streak running before the nightcap against South Medford. Saw his average jump up 150 points in that span. Here he takes an inside curveball, and after falling behind 0-2, Hamilton does a nice job of working the count full. He did walk his first time around, and he came in to score in the big 6-run first inning that the Falcons put together, now, of course, leading by 7. Delivery to Hamilton, the 3-2. He checks his swing, but he'll go down looking as a pitch in around the knees on the outside corner sets down Hamilton for the second out in the second inning. And now it's Ryan Glidden. Glidden was hit by a pitch his first time up, but came in to score. Base is open out there with Safford at second and Meyer at first. Glidden, an RBI opportunity with 2 away in the top of the second. Here's the pitch. Ricks delivers the slider outside, called a strike. He's been able to use that outside breaking pitch that wasn't working for the Dodgers starter, Guerin Knoll. Kept trying to go to the well on the outside slider, and Falcons weren't having it. But so far in this inning, Ricks has been able to hit that outside location with the breaking ball. Falcons going to have to adjust here moving forward as long as Ricks is out there dealing. Pitch from Glidden. That time didn't have enough break on it as it hit him in the back. And Safford advancing to third, Meyer to second, and Glidden aboard after being hit for the second time today. Brings up Ryan Douglas with the bases loaded. Douglas was also hit by a pitch his first time up. It's 5 times that a Falcons batter has been hit so far in this contest, only in the top of the second inning. Here's the pitch on the way to Ryan Douglas. First pitch swinging, but he fouls it off. Count moves to 0-1. Douglas on the season batting .314. Didn't get a chance to play in the last couple of games. I think the Falcons were trying to save him to come in and pitch on a couple of those occasions, but getting the nod back again in left field today. That pitch misses below the knees and in. Count moves to a ball and a strike to Douglas. He's thrown well on the mound this season. Wouldn't be entirely shocked if we saw him get some pitching time today, as guys that you would predominantly want starting those league games all were used up, whether it was yesterday or in the games against South Medford. Timeout is called by the batter Douglas before the pitch is thrown. Last night, Hayden Poore got the start and the win for the Falcons, and P.J. Safford came in and pitched the final couple of innings. Didn't earn a save, but again secured the Falcons' third consecutive shutout win. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Douglas is a chopper sent down the third base side. It is fielded in fair territory. The third baseman, Bloom, tries to get back to the bag, but Meyer wins the foot race, and everybody is safe. P.J. Safford comes in to score. Glidden advances to second, and Douglas safe at first. And the score now 8-0 Falcons, still with 2 away in the top of the second inning, and it brings up Carson Sims. I believe it would be a base hit for Douglas as the ball was fielded cleanly by Bloom, and he just lost the foot race going to third as Sims sends a hot shot into center field. That's going to score Meyer from third. Glidden gets the green light to score. The throw is cut off, and they got a man stuck in a rundown. Douglas is tagged out between second and third, but the run does score at the plate before the out is made in between second and third. So a 2 RBI single for Carson Sims is how we end the top of the second inning. New score 10-0 Falcons. Go to the bottom half of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
It is the bottom of the second inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Salem Wellcare Dodgers 10-0. Due up this half inning for the Dodgers will be the middle of their order. 4, 5, 6, Tanner Antone, Ryder Johnston, and Caden Guerin-Knoll due up against Hunter Glidden to try to get something of a rally started for Salem. Again, already down at 10-0 in the first of a doubleheader today from Sprague High School, home of the Olympians since 1972. It's a great ballpark. And a little bit of a mud issue by the dugouts, but you look out onto the field, and it's a really nice ballpark out there. First pitch misses outside. Really deep green grass. And well kept. The 1-0 pitch on the way from Glidden is going to miss outside. 2-0. Just over the right field fence is the softball complex, and they've got like a city baseball field over the center field fence. Not nearly as well maintained as this field is here, but still nice little city baseball field for the kids to go out and run around, which is always fun. That's where it all starts, right, at the Sandlot, as Glidden gets ahead 3-0 to Tanner Antone. Delivery on the way is going to find the zone. Count is 3-1. Dialed back the velocity a little bit to push across a strike in the upper third of the zone. But still in a good hitter's count as the cleanup hitter for Salem. The delivery from Glidden is a rocket shot into left field, down in front of Douglas. And a leadoff single. The first base hit of the game for the Dodgers is how we lead off the bottom of the second inning. Good way to start if you're looking for a rally. The Dodgers, for their part, don't have to get it all back this inning. Try to slowly chip away, but Glidden's going to try to keep this shutout, at least for the moment, intact. Still early on. As Glidden comes set, the first pitch on the way to Ryder Johnston is a curveball that misses inside. Count moves to 1-0. Johnston hitting now. Guerin Knoll on deck for the Dodgers. Here's the pitch. Misses outside. Count is 2-0. Salem Dodgers come in with an 0-21 record. There are a couple of familiar opponents for the Klamath Falls Falcons on their schedule going back to earlier parts of this summer. The delivery misses low. Count is 3-0 to Johnston. Played a league opponent to the Falcons, the Medford Mavericks, the North Medford Mavericks. That was back on June 26, the game in which the Dodgers lost 20-0. They also played the post-58 Crushers a couple of times, who the Falcons played earlier in the summer as well, back at Kiger Stadium. On June 16th, the Dodgers lost a pair of games, 12-2 and 12-1 against those Crushers. Here's a ground ball sent down the first base side, foul. Count moves to 3-2. They also played post-58 on June 11th, and that was a 25-0 loss. They have played a couple of teams that are in the AAA Area 4. Line drive right field, though, base hit for Ryder Johnston. And back-to-back knocks for the Dodgers to get started in the bottom of the second inning. Moving Antone up to second and bringing up Caden Guerin Knoll. Timeout is called, and I think it's just to allow the umpires to get set up for the next situation with 2 men on and nobody out for the number 6 hitter in the order for Salem. Glidden looking in for the sign from Takini and comes set. Here's the pitch. He's going to check his swing. It bounces to the plate and gets away from Takini, rattles near the Salem dugout, and will allow both runners to advance. Antone to third, Johnston to second. And RBI opportunity for Guerin Knoll here in the bottom of the second inning. 2 men in scoring position now. Quick meeting in the infield between Jacoby Takini and the first baseman Corbin Hamilton and Hunter Glidden, but quickly dispersed, and we'll be ready for the 1-0 pitch. Glidden looking in, gets the sign, and comes set. Runner in third, Antone, not much of a lead. Here's the pitch. It's a chopper to the left side of the infield, and it rolls underneath the glove of Shively and into left. One run's going to come in to score, and advancing to third is Johnston. And an RBI single for Caden Guerin Knoll makes it 10-1. Falcons still lead here in the bottom of the second inning, and runners will be at the corners for the Dodgers for Jeff Bloom. 3 straight singles, and the most recent one scoring a run is how the Dodgers have began their rally here in the bottom of the second. This is just what the doctor ordered for them. Showing bunt is the third baseman Bloom. He hits it foul. Count moves to 0-1. After Bloom in the order is Nolan Ricks. Right-handed bat of Bloom settles back in. Safford in protecting the bunt now at third. And the pitch. It's going to miss outside. Runner on the move to second, and they get Guerin Knoll at second. The runner at third stays put, and so the rifle arm of Takini behind the dish, cutting down the trailing runner for the first out in the second inning. Still, though, as I said, the man remains at third, Ryder Johnston. The count to Bloom is 1-0. 1-1. Now it's 2-1 as that fastball misses upstairs to the right-handed hitting third baseman. After Bloom, again, Nolan Ricks waits on deck. Going back, looking at the Salem Dodgers schedule, like I said, they played a couple of Area 4 AAA teams, a conference in which the Falcons were a member of last season. Played the Eugene Challengers on July 13th. They played the Roseburg Dock Stewarts on June 28th. And they played the Challengers again in their most recent games, and that was on July 8th. This is back on Tuesday. A couple of losses to the Challengers, 14-3 and 12-3. They had yesterday off, of course, before challenging the Falcons today. With a 5-pitch walk delivered to Jeff Bloom, so the Dodgers have runners at the corners now for Nolan Ricks. Pitch on the way. Glidden is going to be called a strike on the inside corner. Fastball about knee-high to Ricks, and Glidden gets ahead. Ricks on the season is batting sub-100 on the year for the Dodgers. He has won for his first 28 at-bats. Curveball looped in there. Nice pitch from Glidden, and he uses it to get ahead 0-2. After Ricks in the order is Corey Sidwell. Glidden checks on the runner at first before coming stead. An extra half-step lead off of first for Bloom, and a swing and a miss at the plate. Down goes Ricks for the second out in the second inning. And here's the aforementioned number 9 batter in the Dodgers order, Corey Sidwell. Sidwell batting .152 to start the summer for the Dodgers. He's got a couple of doubles on the season and 5 singles. He does have 8 walks, though, which leads the team, second on the team in walks. And so he's been able to put together good at-bats, even if the base hit numbers haven't quite been there yet for him. Here's the 0-1 on the way from Hunter Glidden. It's a curveball, misses low and away, count runs even. At first is Jeff Bloom, got there via the walk. Ryder Johnston still stands at third after singling earlier this inning. The 1-1 pitch on the way is a knee-high fastball, called a strike. Nice job by Jacoby to frame that one up behind the dish. Maybe stealing one for his pitcher there to get ahead 1-2. Glidden set once more. Takini gives the target. Here's the offering. Curveball, line drive, left field. It gets down in fair territory and will roll down the line. An RBI single will score Johnston. Advancing to second is Bloom, but a good throw-in from Douglas will hold him there. So score now 10-2. Falcons still lead in the bottom of the second inning. There are still 2 outs. Runners at first and second for the top of the order, Isaac Irwin. Irwin is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to the pitcher back in the first inning. Delivery on the way to Irwin is called a strike. Fastball letter high outside. And the count moves to 0-1 to the starting second baseman for the Salem Dodgers. Big lead off of second for Bloom. The delivery from Glidden is popped up in the right side in foul territory. Hamilton, settling underneath it, will make the catch to end the inning. But the Dodgers strike back. They score 2 runs on 4 base hits in the second inning. They still trail, though, 10-2 as we head to the third on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Getting set now for the top of the third inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you might be, whether it's back home in Klamath Falls or elsewhere. Thank you for finding our broadcast today as the Falcons lead 10-2 It'll be Connor Shively, Jacoby Takini, and Colin Takini due up. What do we got? Falcons? Okay. Got some changes coming up. Okay. All right, couple of changes on the lineup card for the Falcons. We'll have Colby Medeiros batting in the 1 spot, replacing Carson Sims, and eventually Ryan Glidden will be replaced by Chase Barrett, it seems. But we'll make sure that once we get there. Appreciate the home plate umpire for clarifying a couple of those things. Apologies for the silence on my end, just trying to make sure I have everything squared away. When you get on the road like this, and without our usual press box crew at Kiger Stadium, it can get a little bit hairy out here sometimes, so might end up happening more than just that one occasion. So thank you for bearing with us today, live from Sprague High School in Salem, Oregon. First pitch to Connor Shively, misses upstairs. Count is 1-0 to Shively. He's 0 for 2 today in the contest. Has flown out a pair of times. Nolan Ricks still out there working for the Dodgers as he delivers the pitch to Shively, pops it high in the air in the infield. The shortstop will call everybody off as Irwin brings in the ball for the first out of the 3rd inning. So here comes Jacoby Takini, batting now for the Falcons. Takini has reached base twice today, although officially he's just 1 for 1. Was hit by a pitch back in the 1st inning, and he doubled in the 2nd. Apologies for the missing audio there. We are back, and it was a single there for Colin Takini, moving 2 men on the base, and a ball in the dirt will advance both runners. Then the throw down to 3rd to try to get Jacoby again winds up in left field, and Jacoby Takini comes in to score again on the error. Colin moving all the way to 3rd on that play, and the Falcons now lead 11-2. I believe that pitch was in the dirt to Safford, and there's still one more runner in scoring position for PJ, who is 1 for 2 today. Safford reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 1st. He singled in the 2nd and came around to score then as well. The 1-0 pitch to Safford is ripped over to shortstop, a one-hopper that eats up Irwin and winds up behind him into left field. Safford is going to reach, and a run will score. The Falcons back up by their largest margin of 10 runs, a score of 12-2. Brings up Ian Meyer. Meyer 1 for 1 today, a 2 RBI single back in the 1st inning, followed up by being hit by a pitch in the 2nd inning. Delivery on the way to Meyer as the pitcher Ricks comes set to check on the runner over there at first. That's Safford. The pitch is called a strike. Count is 0-1. After Meyer in the Falcons' order is Corbin Hamilton. And already 2 runs home this inning for the Falcons. Set on the mound is Ricks. And the pitch, an off-speed pitch that misses upstairs. Count is even at 1. So just waiting for the official score there on that last play from Safford. Give him the single and the RBI, making him 2 for 3 in the contest. As I said, he's over there at first. And a 1-1 count to Meyer at the plate. Here's the pitch. It is hit the opposite way, foul. And the count moves to 1-2. Wind picking up a little bit here in Salem. Hasn't been much of a factor today. I don't anticipate it continuing to be. 76 degrees and warming on a partly cloudy day. Probably get up right around 80 by the time our doubleheader is concluded, I would venture to guess. No smoke, which is nice. I hear it's been a bit smoky back in the basin. The 1-2 pitch on the way is going to wind up hitting Meyer. Got him right on the front elbow, and another hit batsman will allow the Falcons to move a man into scoring position, still with just 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning. Second time in a row that Meyer was hit by a pitch. Looking to come in and score and make him pay just as he did last time. Corbin Hamilton will have a chance to swing away now for Klamath Falls. He's 0 for 1 today. He walked, though, in the first inning, came in to score then. Otherwise, he struck out in the second. The tall first baseman for the Falcons awaits the first pitch from Nolan Ricks. Ricks delivers, goes off speed, and Hamilton sends a deep drive to center field. Johnston moving over in the gap. He'll make the catch. Safford thought about tagging from second, but decides to stay put. And that'll be the second out in the 3rd inning. Bringing up Chase Barrett batting in the spot of Ryan Glidden here. Made that change before the start of this inning. Barrett making his first at-bat of this game, replacing Glidden, who is hit by a pitch in each of his first 2 at-bats, came around to score twice as well. First look for Chase Barrett, nearly got him on the helmet, ducks out of the way, and the count moves to 1-0. Ryan Douglas is on deck for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Modest leadoff is second for Safford. Second baseman Hummer trying to keep him honest. Not much of a leadoff of first for Meyer, although he can't go anywhere. Delivery coming up for Nolan Ricks. Takes his time after being set and delivers the pitch. The Barrett slices foul down the first base side. Count moves even now at a ball and a strike. Haven't had a chance to look at the numbers for Chase Barrett yet this season. Product of Henley High School is batting .294 this season. 27 runs scored for him, even though he's only got 5 base hits. Again, that's mostly as him as a courtesy runner has played his role nicely this year for the Falcons. They just got guys who are okay with playing that support role on this team, and it's been a reason why they have improved so much this year. Swing and a miss on the 1-1 pitch to Barrett. Count 1-2. Talk about a team that went from 10 wins a season ago to now searching for win number 23 in this contest. This part of the turnaround has been the competition that you faced, but the other part has been a real team attitude. Guys willing to do their job. Barrett lifts one into the air, the right side of the infield. The first baseman, Antone, will make the catch, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons do score 2 runs in the inning on 2 base hits, and they leave 2 men stranded. They lead 12-2. Going to the bottom of the 3rd inning next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
It's the bottom of the third inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Salem Wellcare Dodgers 12-2 in the first of a doubleheader today from Sprague High School in Salem, Oregon. It'll be 2-3-4 in the order due up for the Dodgers. Shea Rasmussen followed by Ryan Hummert, and then Tanner Antone in the order for the Dodgers. Trying to get back the couple of runs that they surrendered in the top half of this inning. Right now trailing by 10. They did score 2 runs in the bottom of the second, using 4 base hits to get there, as Glidden misses outside, maybe a bit upstairs, for ball 1 on the fastball. Rasmussen went down on strikes in his first at-bat back in the first inning. Swings through the fastball there, and the count goes even at 1-1. Here at Sprague High School, like I said, home of the Olympians. Sprague this past prep season finishing 16-10 on their overall record, 6-3 in the 6A Central Valley Conference. Count, I believe, is 2-1. Rasmussen will take a look at a pitch that misses inside. Good curveball there from Glidden, trying to get Rasmussen to chase the inside bender, but a nice job there by the catcher to lay off for Salem. That one is a swing and a miss, and the count runs full now, 3-2 to Rasmussen. Sprague made the playoffs this year in the 6A classification as the number 13 seed, as the 2-strike pitch will ring him up. A fastball knee-high on the outside, and down looking goes Rasmussen for the first out in the bottom of the third inning. Second time he's been down on strikes today, bringing up Ryan Hummert, pardon me. Hummert this is actually his first at-bat, batting in place of Wilson Herrera, who was earlier ejected from the ball game. So first at-bat for Hummert so far in the contest. He'll take a firm fastball over the middle for strike 1. Hummert came in and took over defensive duties at second base as Glidden gets across another fastball, this time knee-high over the middle of the plate, and the count is 0-2 to Hummert. Tanner Antone is on deck. Here's the pitch on the way from Glidden, and a slider knee-high on the outside, and down goes Hummert for the second out in the third inning. Here's Tanner Antone getting ready to step in now. He's 1 for 1 today. He singled and scored back in the second inning. Got a pretty good piece of one and sent it to left field. Glidden, though, looking to get out of this one, still in control by 10. Again, a 12-2 ball game here in the bottom of the third. Antone swings through the off-speed pitch. Count goes 0-1. Talking about Sprague High School, who, like I said, made the playoffs in the 6A 32-team playoff this year. They defeated Lake Oswego in the first round 13-2 before running into Sherwood in the second round of the playoffs and lost to them 3-2. Count is 0-2 to Tanner Antone. On deck is Ryder Johnston for the Dodgers. Set is Glidden. Antone chokes up in the 2-strike count. Here's the pitch. That one hit him square in the back. He'll take first base. And it will bring up the aforementioned Ryder Johnston. It's the first time that Glidden has hit a batter today. Second time a batter's been issued a free pass. He did walk 1 in the second inning. But looking to get out of the third with the runner still stranded as Ryder Johnston gets ready to settle in. Johnston also 1 for 1 in the ball game today as Jacoby Tacchini goes out, has a quick chat with Hunter on the mound. We'll remind you that today's broadcast on MyBasin.com is brought to you in part by Howard's Meat Center, where tradition meets innovation with every cut and every bite of Smokin' H barbecues. You step through their doors, you're not just entering a meat center, you're stepping back in time when the quality of the meat and the depth of the customer service was everything. Check out Howard's Meat Center next to Les Schwab Tires on South 6th Street, or the Smokin' H barbecue food truck up by the Tap House. First pitch on the way to Johnston. Glidden loops in a breaking ball for a strike. The count moves to 0-1. If the inning continues for the Dodgers, Caden Guerin-Knoll is on deck. Oh, actually, it looks like they've got a new batter on deck. Is Vladimir Perkins-Rust. Will be entering the game next, it seems, as the pitch misses outside. Count is even at a ball and a strike. Glidden likes to use that off-speed pitch early in the count and then dial up the fastball late. But now, even in the count, 1-1. Goes curveball again, and a ground ball sent out towards second. Takini dives for it, but comes up empty. A good throw in from the outfield from Carson Sims. Colby Medeiros will allow that runner to advance to third, but no further. Still with 2 outs, and Ryder Johnston now 2 for 2. Brings up Vladimir Perkins-Rust. And Craig Connor comes out of the dugout to have a discussion with his pitcher out there. Glidden gives us another opportunity to recognize some of our sponsors here on MyBasin.com, like Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union, who knows that picking the right path can make the journey easier, the distance shorter, and can assure that you end up at the right place. Whether you're dreaming of owning a home or you just want a great checking account, Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union can help you reach your goals. All right, no changes for the Falcons here after that quick visit on the mound. And still at the plate will be Vladimir Perkins-Rust. First delivery on the way from Glidden is called a strike on the inside corner, about knee-high. Count moves to 0-1. And after Rust in the order is Jeff Bloom. That pitch, a fastball, a firm strike 2, got across there by Glidden. And the count to Perkins-Rust has him down 0-2. Glidden set and delivers the pitch. Runner on the move to second. Takini's throw down is in time, and they get Johnston trying to take second. No runs come across, a base hit in the inning for the Dodgers, but they leave a runner stranded as we go to the top of the 4th inning. It's 12-2 Falcons on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
And we're getting set for the top of the 4th inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports in a 12-2 ball game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Salem Wellcare Dodgers. We'll take a check of the line score here for both teams. The Klamath Falls Falcons have scored their 12 runs on 9 base hits. They have recorded no errors, and they have left 5 runners stranded on base. For the Salem Dodgers, 2 runs on 4 hits. They've committed 2 errors, and they have left 3 runners on base through the first 3 innings, as man on the mound still for the Dodgers is Nolan Ricks. As we get things ready to go, it'll be Ryan Douglas, followed in the order by Colby Medeiros and Connor Shively. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the order for the Falcons. Here's Ryan Douglas, who's 1 for 1 today. Douglas singled in the second after being hit by a pitch in the first. First pitch to him winds up behind him, and the count moves to 1-0 to Douglas. 6 runs in the first for the Falcons, 4 in the second, 2 more in the third, is how they've built out their lead. Both the runs for the Dodgers came in the bottom of the second inning. Douglas sends a fly ball to center field. Johnston doesn't have to move too much to put that one away, though, for the first out. Now back to the top of the order, but the first at-bat today for Colby Medeiros, the product of Bonanza High School. Medeiros coming in as a defensive replacement first for Carson Sims and now batting in the leadoff spot. Sims exits after going 3 for 3 with 4 RBI, a double and a couple of singles on the ledger for Sims. We'll see if Medeiros can follow that up as he takes the first pitch inside. Count goes to 1-0. Colby, a guy who doesn't typically get a ton of at-bats, has been primarily used as a pitcher this season for the Falcons. You still look at the numbers for him all the same. Medeiros is 3 for his first 9, batting .333. Rips one down the left field line, but it winds up foul. And the count is ball and a strike to Medeiros. And Connor Shively is on deck for the Falcons. Colby's 3 hits, has 1 extra base hit. It was a double. Here's the 1-1 pitch to him. Finds the outside part of the zone. Count is 1-2. An outside strike has been favorable to the pitchers today, no doubt, but now Medeiros is going to have to defend the outside corner in a 2-strike count. From the windup is Nolan Ricks, looks in, steps, kicks, and delivers. Medeiros fights off the inside pitch, foul. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Said Medeiros has been primarily used as a pitcher this year for the Falcons. Medeiros has pitched 16 innings, has an ERA of 8.1. Ricks shakes off the first offering from Rasmussen, now is agreeable on the 1-2. That curveball misses high and tight. Medeiros having to duck out of the way of it. Count is 2-2 to the new right fielder for the Falcons. Ricks takes his time out there on the mound, settling on the rubber, now in the windup. Again, pace always important for pitchers. Here's the delivery. Medeiros sends a ground ball out to short. Up with it is Irwin. The throw on to first is in time. And a put out 6-3 in the book. Will set down Medeiros for the second out in the 4th inning. This will bring up Connor Shively. Connor still looking for his first base hit in the contest. He's flown out 3 times so far today. Once to center, once to right, and then once he popped out to short. Now with 2 away in the 4th in a 12-2 ball game, Shively looking to leave his mark. Delivery on the way from Nolan Ricks. Shively will look at a pitch that misses high and away. Count moves to 1-0. Connor second on the team in hitting for the Falcons, just behind Carson Sims. And I said it earlier in the year, the gap between the top guys being Sims and Shively and the rest of the team is fairly wide. Shively batting .455 on the season. Next best would be Max Price, who's batting still a scorching .381. But that's nearly a 70-point difference between the top 2 guys and the rest of the team. Sims and Shively have done a great job at setting the table, typically at different parts of the order, too. Shively's been hitting in the 2-hole all year long. But Sims, who has moved up and down the lineup, has done his job no matter where he's been hitting. Typically down in the 8-9 spot, somewhere in there. But these last 3 games has hit leadoff. And as I said today, although he's done for the day, presumably, he finished 3 for 3 with 4 RBI. Not a bad day for a leadoff hitter. This time Shively works his way on base after a 4-pitch walk, bringing up Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini's hoping to swing the bat a little bit. He's been hit twice today, and he has a run scored. He was hit in the 1st inning and the 3rd inning. Mixed in a double in there as well. And like I said, he's hoping to have the bat make contact with the ball instead of his back. Here's the first pitch to Tacchini. Swings away, line drive left field. And that's in for a base hit. Advancing to second is Shively. Tacchini aboard at first, and it brings up Colin Tacchini, still with 2 away in the inning. No courtesy runner, it would seem, for the Falcons. Tacchini still out there, going to be able to run the bases a bit as well, just as he did last time around. Making him now 2 for 2 after that single into left field. Colin Tacchini's 1 for 2 today. He walked in the 1st, flew out in the second, and he singled and scored in the third. Pitch on the way. Will miss low and away. Count is 1-0. Rasmussen does a good job to pick that one out of the dirt, not allowing the runners for the Falcons to both advance into scoring position. It was 2 quick outs to start the inning, a fly out and a ground out, but after Shively walked and Jacoby singled, that's how they get these runners on base in the top of the fourth. A 12-2 ball game in which the Falcons lead the Salem Dodgers. First of a doubleheader today on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Pitch on the way to Nolan Ricks. The 2-0 misses upstairs. Count moves to 3-0. After calling in the order is P.J. Safford for the Falcons, if he gets a chance to swing the bat here in the top of the fourth. Takini keeps the bat close to his chest as Ricks steps on the rubber. Comes set, looking down the runner at second. It's Shively. Got to keep tabs on him. And the delivery. 3-0 misses in tight. Takini has to spin out of the way of it to avoid being hit, but he'll take the free pass. Aboard at first. Moves Shively to third. Takini to second. And Colin Takini now aboard at first. Second time he's been walked today. And Safford now with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Gets a chance to swing here. He's 2 for 3 today. Couple of singles in the second and third innings. Added an RBI on the latter. He also reached on a fielder's choice back in the first. First offering to Safford. A curveball dropped in the zone by Ricks. Gets ahead 0-1. Safford this season batting .292. He's got 23 RBI coming into today. Right-handed batter from Klamath Union High School awaits the 0-1 from Nolan Ricks. That time nearly came in and got him, but he scoots out of the way. Count moves to a ball and a strike. After Safford in the order is Ian Meyer. P.J. Batten here with the bases loaded. Golden opportunity for him to pad this lead. Right now the Falcons in mercy rule territory. I'm sure they'd like to stay there. And some insurance here would go a long way as Safford watches one drift outside. Count moves to 2 balls and a strike to the third baseman for the Falcons. Had an RBI last night as well in the 5-0 win against North Eugene. The Falcons stayed in Albany last night before making the rest of the trip up here to Salem this morning. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Safford. Line drive the opposite way into right field. The right fielder coming in, unable to make the catch. Sidwell gave effort, but it winds up behind him. 1 run comes in to score. 2 runs in. Colin Takini all the way from first will come in as well. A bases clearing extra base hit for P.J. Safford, and the new score is 15-2 as Safford winds up at second. Sidwell coming in, tried to pick it off the top of his shoelaces, but unable to bring it in cleanly, allowing that bases clearing triple from Safford to come to fruition. Shively and both Takinis in to score, and P.J. with maybe the biggest hit of the day thus far, and it'll bring up Ian Meyer. And all of this action for the Falcons happening with 2 outs, and it will cause a visit for the pitching coach for the Salem Dodgers. See if they wind up making a move here. And it seems as though they will. As coach takes the ball from Nolan Ricks. Seems to be tapping in his third baseman, but we'll make sure of that here in just a moment. A 15-2 ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Salem Dodgers in the top of the fourth inning. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Couple of changes for the Salem Dodgers here in the top of the fourth inning, a game in which they trail the Klamath Falls Falcons 15-2. Namely, a new pitcher, Ryan Hummert, on the mound for the Dodgers. Give you an outlook on him. Also, a new addition in right field that I must have missed. It looks like Perkins Rust has moved over to right field, and that would put Michael Gillett in left field. And a chance to look at the new pitcher for the Dodgers. Hummert making his third appearance of the summer. He's pitched 1 inning complete, giving up 2 hits, 4 runs, although just 2 of them earned. ERA of 14, but 1 inning pitched. It's too small of a sample size to really judge a guy off that. His first task will be Ian Meyer with a runner at second. That's P.J. Safford as we get ready to roll along in the top of the fourth inning, Meyer settles in. So far today, he's been hit twice, and he's got a hit once. A 2 RBI single back in the first inning. He's also scored a pair of runs himself. Delivery to Meyer. First pitch swinging. Flares one out to right field and settles down in front of the right fielder. They're going to wave in Safford from second, and he scores standing. An RBI single for Ian Meyer, and the new score is 16-2 in favor of the Klamath Falls Falcons. Third RBI for Meyer today. And this will bring up the right-handed hitting first baseman Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton with the bat resting on his shoulder. The delivery from Hummert is an off-speed pitch that drifts into the zone. Count is 0-1. After Hamilton in the order should be Chase Barrett. Hummert set and delivers the pitch. Slider finds the zone against Hamilton, who falls behind 0-2. Hamilton still looking for his first hit today. He's already gone down on strikes once, in danger of making it twice. Here's the pitch. Hamilton rips one into left field. That is down behind the left fielder and will roll to the wall. Meyer gets the green light, rounding third. He will score standing. And a double for Corbin Hamilton makes it 17-2 Falcons. Add an RBI for his trouble as well, as Meyer scoring all the way from first on the extra base hit. This will bring up Chase Barrett, the 9th batter to hit this half inning. So far today, Barrett 0 for 1. He popped out to first base his first time up. Set on the mound is Hummert. And the pitch. That one is called a strike. The count 0-1. I want to just go ahead and reset the defense for you for the Salem Dodgers here in the top of the fourth inning. There's been a couple more changes that kind of went under my nose as well, so we'll just reset the whole 9 for you after this pitch. It's on the way, and it will miss outside. Count is 1-1. At third base is the former pitcher Ricks. Bloom has moved from third over to short. Irwin still at second and Antone at first. In the outfield from left to right, it's Perkins Rust, Johnston, and Gillett. Barrett fouls one off. The count is a ball and 2 strikes. And on deck is Ryan Douglas. Barrett hitting in place of Ryan Glidden in the 8-hole. This will be Barrett's second at-bat of the game. Here's the 1-2 on the way from Hummert. Drifts away. Count is 2-2. This inning started with 2 quick outs against the Falcons, but Shively walked, Takini singled, Colin Takini walked as well, followed by that bases clearing double from P.J. Safford. Here's the pitch. It is fouled off. Oh, it's a drop third strike. It gets behind the catcher. Barrett's going to wind up down at first on the drop third strike and allows Hamilton to advance to third as well. Runners at the corners despite the strikeout, and that brings up Ryan Douglas. So back to where we started with Douglas. He started this inning with a fly out to center field. Now bats with runners at the corner, still 2 away. 17-2 our score, and the Falcons lead. The delivery on the way is going to miss in the dirt, get by the catcher. Breaking for the plate is Hamilton, and yes, he scores. Also advancing to second was Chase Barrett, and the score now 18-2, and the Falcons lead in the top of the fourth inning. Still a runner in scoring position, as I said, for Ryan Douglas. Gets a chance to try to drive in some more. Already this inning for the Falcons, 6 runs have come across, matching their previous high this game, which they notched in the first inning. Delivery on the way to Douglas, and that one will wind up foul down the third base side. Count is 1-1 to the Falcons left fielder. Aside from the fly out earlier this inning, Douglas also singled in the second and was hit by a pitch in the first. Pops this one up towards the right side behind first base. First baseman Antone will make the catch, and that will do it here in the fourth inning. But again, the Falcons score 6 runs, and they do it with 4 hits, and they lead 18-2. Going to the bottom of the fourth next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
It is the bottom of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead 18-2. First pitch from Hunter Glidden is looked at for a ball, 1-0. It is Vladimir Perkins-Rust, followed by Jeff Bloom and Nolan Ricks. That's 6, 7, and 8 in the Dodgers order, the bottom of the fourth inning. Perkins-Rust waits the pitch, and it will miss low. The count is 2-0. We got to see a couple of pitches at the end of the third inning before Ryder Johnston was caught trying to steal second. So even though this is still his first official at-bat, it'll be the second time that he's been able to see the ball come out of Glidden's hand. There he takes strike one on the outside corner. Pitch is going to be popped foul. Count is 2-2. To Vladimir Perkins-Rust. Right-handed bat goes no batting gloves. Always a sign of a ball player. As Glidden comes set. Here's the delivery. Curveball. Glidden misses down and in. And the count runs full, 3-2. Glidden's seen the pitch count climb a little bit. This will be his 63rd pitch of the outing so far, but despite the high pitch count, he hasn't let it bother him, and he goes high heat with the fastball, and Perkins-Rust goes down swinging for the first out in the fourth inning. Done a good job of also collecting those strikeouts. That the 6th strikeout of the contest for Glidden thus far. It's a side effect of having all those strikeouts is that high pitch count. But like I said, Glidden's been effective in this ball game. First pitch to Jeff Bloom. Misses, I think, low. I'm not sure. The count 1-0 to Jeff Bloom, who walked his first time up and was left stranded in scoring position. This time gets the strike called against him on the outside fastball. Count is even to Jeff Bloom. And after Bloom is Nolan Ricks. Here's the offering again from Glidden. Fly ball left field. Douglas will make the catch. It might not be Douglas. I think that Pimley came into the game in right field, and he will make the catch for the second out. Is that Pimley out there? It's hard to tell. White sleeve usually gives it away for Carson, but regardless, it's an F7 in the book for Bloom, and there are 2 away now in the bottom of the 4th inning. Nolan Ricks, chance to bat now. Ricks is 0 for 1 today, struck out in the 2nd inning. Here he rolls one foul down the third base side. The count is 0-1. Oh, that's Barrett in left, which means I believe Douglas moved to center, if I have that correct. That looks to be correct over there. Here's the pitch on the way to Ricks, and that one will miss outside. 1-1. After Ricks in the order is Corey Sidwell. Swung on and missed. The count now 2 strikes. Looks like actually Michael Gillett is hitting in place of Sidwell here in the 9-hole. Looks like that's who he's in the on-deck circle at least. We'll make that change if we get there. But first, Glidden delivers the 1-2 pitch. It is looked at for ball 2, and the count is even. Glidden looking in, gets the sign from Takini. Delivers from the stretch and misses away. Count is full now, 3-2 to Nolan Ricks. He was able to pitch 3 middle innings for the Dodgers today. Gave up 8 hits, 10 runs, only 5 of them earned, though, and he struck out 1. He pitched the end of the 1st inning, all the way up until there was 2 outs in the last half inning. This time, though, goes down on strikes. Fastball about knee-high, sends Ricks packing for the 3rd out in the bottom of the 4th inning. To the 5th we go, and the Falcons lead 18-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Getting set now for the top of the 5th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on MyBasin.com. Due up this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons will be Colby Medeiros, Connor Shively, and Jacoby Takini. And let's see. Just before we get going, it looks like there's something going on with Coach Takini and the coach for the Salem Dodgers, Art Cummins, having a discussion with the home plate umpire down the first base side. I'm not entirely sure what the case might be, but regardless, Medeiros is going to be ready to hit in just a moment. And Ryan Hummert still on the mound for the Salem Wellcare Dodgers. Already closed the book on the previous pitcher, Ricks, in the last half inning. So Hummert, now everything that happens is on his responsibility when you look at the line score moving forward. Medeiros is 0 for 1 in the contest thus far. He grounded out to shortstop in the last inning. Getting his second crack at things here. And coming in as a defensive replacement for Carson Sims earlier in the contest. Medeiros get his first look, though, at Ryan Hummert. The pitch is dropped in for a strike on the off-speed on the outside corner. Count is 0-1 to Medeiros. Colby, as previously stated, hitting right around .333 on the season. Awaits the offering from Hummert. From the windup, here it comes. Hit right back to him, but over his head. The second baseman, Irwin's going to come up to it, but by the time he does, Medeiros, racing down the line, beats out the infield single. And a good way to start the inning for Colby. Puts a runner on first with nobody out. Connor Shively get a chance to hit here. Still looking for his first hit, although he did reach base for the first time in the ballgame in the fourth inning when he walked and came around to score. Otherwise, he's flown out 3 times. Hummert set. Modest lead off of first for Medeiros. Not much to speak of, and it looks like they go for a pitch out to see if anything's on the move. But the Falcons up 16 runs. Doubtful that they're just going to straightaway steal with Medeiros over there unless given the opportunity on a pass ball or otherwise. Delivery on the way from Hummert is going to miss below the knees, and the count moves to 2-0 to Connor Shively. Shively leading the team in hits, 45 knocks this season, leads the team, second on the team in runs scored. He's scored 34 times this year. Pitch coming up, it's curveball that finds the outside part of the plate to the left-handed hitting Shively. Count moves to 2-1. After Shively in the order is Jacoby Tacchini. Hummert back on the rubber, ready to throw. Comes together ahead of the 2-1 pitch. On its way. That one came in and hit Shively in the front leg. And advancing Medeiros to second. Shively reaching base for the second time today. And it brings up Jacoby Tacchini. Jacoby is 2 for 2 today. He's been hit twice as well. And the 3-hole has come around to score each time he's been up, whether it's been himself or Chase Baird in a courtesy runner roll. Again, 4 runs have come across after Tacchini reached base. The first pitch to him misses low, 1-0. He was hit in the first inning, doubled in the second, was hit in the third inning before singling in the fourth. Now batting here in the fifth with 2 men on and nobody out in a 16-run ball game. Pitch to Tacchini will drift away. Count moves to 2-0. On the season, Jacoby batting .297. Predominantly he's been hitting singles this year. 22 RBI for the Falcons catcher. Here's the delivery on the way to Jacoby. Ripped down the left field line, but winds up foul. Count moves to 2-1. After Jacoby, Tacchini in the order for the Falcons is the cleanup hitter, Colin Tacchini. First of 2 games today from Sprague High School. Doubleheader today and a doubleheader tomorrow back home at Kiger Stadium for the Falcons. Hope to see a lot of you out there. Tacchini sends a ground ball over to short. Up with it is the shortstop, Bloom. He throws on to third to get the lead runner. And they do. Cut down Medeiros, advancing to third. He took the short route to get the out. And Tacchini reaches on the fielder's choice in doing so. Shively also advances to second. So with 1 away, Colin Tacchini bats in a similar spot, which his cousin just did a moment ago. Colin is 1 for 2 today, and he's walked twice. First pitch to him is in the dirt, gets ahead 1-0. He walked in the first inning. He flew out in the second, singled and scored in the third before being walked again in the fourth. He would also come around to score in the 6-run fourth inning for the Falcons. Delivery to Tacchini. That one misses upstairs. Count moves to 2-0. Colin this season batting .325 for the Falcons. 31 RBI for him. Puts him at second most on the team, only trailing Shively, the man who stands in scoring position. Delivery on the way is going to miss in the dirt, and the count moves to 3-0 to Colin Tacchini. P.J. Safford is on deck for the Falcons. All right, getting a couple balls in from out of play there. The home plate umpire brushes off home plate. And we are just about ready to resume baseball in a 3-0 count to Colin Tacchini. Runners at first and second and one out. Delivery from Hummert. It is looked at for ball 4. Just drifts outside. The right-handed hitted Tacchini. A 4-pitch walk is the third walk that he's earned this game, and it loads the bases. Shively advances to third, Jacoby to second. Now with Colin aboard at first, P.J. Safford again gets a chance with the bases loaded, although we may have to wait as the coach comes on out of the Salem dugout again. Well, looks like he has taken the ball away from Hummert, and we will have a new pitcher in the ball game. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Salem Dodgers 18-2.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Josh Eldridge back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. We're in the top of the fifth inning of an 18-2 ball game on 104.3, 960 Sports. P.J. Safford going to get ready to bat next for the Falcons. A new pitcher on the mound for the Salem Dodgers is Ryder Johnston. Former pitcher Ryan Hummert will go out to center field to replace Johnston. Take a look at the season so far for the new left-handed pitcher for the Dodgers. Johnston this year making his fourth appearance. They've all come in relief so far this summer. 4 2/3 innings pitched, 14 hits allowed, 13 runs, 9 of them earned. He's walked 2 and struck out 2. An ERA of 13.5, and again, just a real small sample size for him, so hard to completely judge that ERA effectively. But he'll be tasked with trying to wiggle out of the top of the fifth inning. Bases are loaded for P.J. Safford. Hit in a similar spot in the fourth inning when Safford had a bases-clearing double, 3 RBI, 4 total for the ball game for P.J. And more of an opportunity here is another pitch. The pitcher continuing to warm up. I believe this is the fourth pitcher this game used for the Salem Dodgers. Wonder how much they'll have left in the tank for what will be the second leg of a doubleheader coming up in just a little while, probably about 25 minutes after the conclusion of this one, but we'll set you up for it. Stick around for our post-game show here from Sprague High School. All right, Safford ready to hit now. The first pitch on the way from Ryder Johnston is a curveball that is in the zone for a strike. The count is 0-1. There's a tight spinning curveball there from Johnston to get across against P.J. Safford. Delivery of the 0-1 pitch from the left-hander. Misses away. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. Safford and then Ian Meyer due up this inning for the Falcons. As with the bases loaded, there's only one out. Johnston working from the windup with the bases loaded. The delivery on the way to PJ will miss down and in. Count moves to 2-1. Connor Shively aboard at third, Jacoby Tacchini at second, and Colin Tacchini at first. Safford settles back in, digging into the right-handed batter's box. Here's the 2-1. Swung on and missed. He chases the pitch low and away. The count is even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes to the third baseman for the Falcons. Corners in for Salem. Maybe trying to cut down the lead runner on a hard ground ball in the infield. Safford's going to hit one in the air towards second base. It's an infield fly. Batter is out. Irwin makes the catch anyway. And there are 2 outs now in the 5th inning. Meyer getting ready to step up now. Meyer 2 for 2 with 3 RBI in the contest thus far. He singled and scored in the first, was hit by a pitch and scored in the second. He was also hit again in the third before singling in a run in the 4th inning. First pitch to Meyer with the bases loaded, misses below the knees. Count is 1-0 to Ian. On deck, if the inning continues, is Corbin Hamilton. Meyer settling in. Delivery on the way from Johnston. Curveball, that one misses low. Count 2-0 now to Meyer. 3 runs scored, 3 RBIs, a couple of base hits for Ian. It's been a productive day for the Falcons' designated hitter. Delivery on the way from Johnston. Checks his swing on that pitch, but again, the curveball misses low. Count moves to 3-0 to Ian. It's been a good day overall for this bottom quarter of the order for the Falcons. 6, 7, 8, 9 have all done some good damage against the Dodgers. Really, the whole team has had success today. You don't score 18 runs without everyone having their turn. As this time, Meyer works a walk and adds an RBI for his trouble. As with the bases loaded, Shively comes in to score. Both Tacchini's move up, and Meyer's aboard. Still bases loaded now for Corbin Hamilton, now in a 19-2 ball game. Although this has been a really impressive offensive output today for the Falcons, 19 runs, at least where they stand right now, still a bit of a ways off from their season high in runs scored, which came back on June 18th against the Grants Pass Diggers. A 28-2 win that day for the Falcons has been their highest offensive output of the season thus far. First pitch to Hamilton, to Hamilton was fouled off. Count is 0-1 to Corbin. And here's the pitch. It's a curveball, sliced foul down the third base side. Count moves to 0-2. After Hamilton in the order, it is Chase Barrett for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Johnston decides on the pitch, delivered the sign from Rasmussen, and the 0-2 is looked at for strike 3. Hamilton goes down looking, and that will end the 5th inning. But not before the Falcons plate one more run, and they lead 19-2 as we go to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Falcons looking to close out a Mercy Rule victory here in the bottom of the fifth inning, a game in which they lead the Salem Dodgers 19-2. Getting ready to step in now is going to be Michael Gillett, followed by Isaac Irwin and Shea Rasmussen. That's 9, 1, and 2 in the order for the Dodgers, as Hunter Glidden looks for a complete game victory. He starts the fifth inning, missing low for ball one. Gillett getting his first at-bat in the contest so far today. Came in as a defensive replacement in the 9-hole for Corin Sidwell. The count is 2-0 right now to him as Glidden delivers the pitch. That one misses away and falling behind 3-0 to the leadoff hitter in the fifth inning. Sidwell exited the game 1-for-1 with an RBI. That came back in the second inning. Here's the pitch. It's an off-speed pitch that's called a strike. The count is 3-1. So take a look at the season for Gillett this year. He is batting, well, without a base hit, actually. He's 0 for his first 10 on the season. But after falling behind 3-0, Glidden has battled back. The count is full, and here's the pitch. It's popped up, out of play, foul. Count remains full, 3-2. Gillett does have a run scored this year and has worked a couple of walks, but otherwise every at-bat thus far has ended in a strikeout. Glidden trying to pile on here. It's the 3-2. Looked at for a ball, and he works the walk instead. And a leadoff base runner for the Dodgers here in the bottom of the fifth inning. It's only the second time today that the Dodgers have had a base runner to lead off the inning. Flash you back to the second when Tanner Antone led off the inning with a single. The Dodgers were actually able to put 2 runs up on the board that frame. And they do have a pretty tall mountain to climb here if they want to extend this game and not end the opener in Mercy Rule. They would have to score 8 runs in this inning to extend it. Line drive, left field foul. The count is even now at a ball and a strike to Isaac Irwin, who's 0 for 2 today. He has grounded out. That was in the first, and he also flew out. That was in the second. Pitch coming up is going to be called a strike. The count is now 1-2. Glidden takes a look at the runner at first. Gillett before coming set with the 2-strike pitch. And that one misses low in the dirt in. Count is 2-2. After Irwin in the order is Shea Rasmussen for the Salem Dodgers. Pitch on the way. Curveball, checked his swing, but rung him up. Down goes Irwin for the first out in the fifth inning. Again, that outside off-speed pitch has been there not only for Glidden, but for the Salem Dodgers pitching staff too. When they're able to hit that location, that outside part has been friendly to the pitcher today, and Glidden has exploited it now for what I believe to be 8 strikeouts in the ball game. Here he gets ahead of Rasmussen, 0-1. Rasmussen has gone down on strikes both times he's seen Glidden today. Here comes the pitch. It is a ground ball to the left side of the infield, on to second for 1, and the back end of a double play is there. A 6-4-3 double play will end this game via Mercy Rule. The Klamath Falls Falcons with a 19-2 win against the Salem Dodgers. Stick around. We'll be back to recap this one for you and set you up for our second leg of a doubleheader tonight on 104.3 and 960 Sports. And live free video tonight on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Game 1 has gone final here from Sprague High School in our state's capital of Salem, Oregon, and the Klamath Falls Falcons defeat the home team Dodgers 19-2. For the Falcons, they had their 19 runs on 13 hits. They committed no errors, and they left 9 runners on base. The Dodgers scored their 2 runs on 5 hits. They committed 2 errors, and they left 5 runners on base in the contest. The winning pitcher going the distance in a Mercy Rule win, Hunter Glidden, pitching 5 innings, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, each of them earned, and he struck out a staggering 8 batters in 5 innings pitched. The losing pitcher was the starter today for the Salem Dodgers, Caden Guerin-Knoll, who only recorded the first 2 outs of the ball game in the first inning, gave up 2 hits, 6 runs, all of them were earned. He walked 2 and did not have any strikeouts today. Pacific Power play of the game today, I would have to go with the bases clearing 3 RBI double from P.J. Safford. Safford on the day wound up finishing 3 for 5 with all those runs batted in. Let's see, tally him up. P.J. Finished with 4 runs batted in the contest. He was helped down in a 1 for 2 day for Colby Medeiros. Carson Sims was 3 for 3 with 4 runs batted in. Ian Meyer also added 4 RBI in a 2 for 2 day with 3 runs scored. Corbin Hamilton was 1 for 4 with an RBI as well. Ryan Douglas was 1 for 3 with 2 runs batted in for the Falcons. Offensively for the Dodgers, a bit more of a quiet day for them, but Johnston finished 2 for 2 with a run scored. 1 for 1 for Guerin-Knoll. He had an RBI as well. The other RBI in the game going to Sidwell, who finished 1 for 1. His single came in the second inning. 19-2 win for the Falcons. It extends their winning streak to 4 games, and overall in the season they are 23-6-1. The Dodgers falling for the 22nd time this season. First leg of a double header done today. Second one coming up in probably about 20 or 25 minutes. So as per usual, for those of you listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we'll turn you over to Fox Sports Radio. It'll probably turn into the Bald-Faced Truth with John Canzano here at the top of the next hour. But for those of you watching on mybasin.com, just stay put. We'll be live on this very same link when the time is right, getting ready for Game 2 between the Falcons and the Dodgers. Until then, thank you so much for joining me today so far. My name is Josh Eldridge, hoping to see you soon live here in Salem, Oregon. And welcome to or welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons ready to wrap up a doubleheader in just a few minutes with the Salem Wellcare Dodgers. Glad to be with you. My name is Josh Eldridge, broadcasting live from Sprague High School in the state's capital of Salem, Oregon. The Klamath Falls Falcons picking up a 19-2 win in the opener, looking to close out a sweep in this one. As the Dodgers get ready to take the field as the home team, we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Nearly ready for first pitch between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Salem Dodgers. The second of a doubleheader today from Salem, Oregon. Falcons won the opener 19-2, and their starting lineup heading into the second game goes like this. Carson Sims leads off in right field. Connor Shively is the shortstop. He bats second. Colin Tacchini, the second baseman, hits third, followed by Ian Meyer, the first baseman, batting cleanup. P.J. Safford is the third baseman, batting fifth. Carson Pimley is catching. He bats sixth. Corbin Hamilton, the designated hitter, batting seventh. Ryan Glidden in center field hitting eighth. And Ryan Douglas in left field batting ninth for the Falcons. They go up against Caden Wagner on the mound for the Salem Dodgers, making his second start of the summer and his second overall appearance. Although a small sample size, only an inning and two-thirds pitched his first time out, gave up 3 hits, a couple of runs. His ERA has ballooned quite a bit to 8.4. And after only one start, tough to judge him off that. But the left-hander gets ready to deliver the first pitch to Carson Sims, but not before Sims calls time. Introduce you to the starting 9 for Salem when we turn the lineup card over, but do our best to give you an idea of where their defense stands after the first pitch misses upstairs to Carson Sims. Rasmussen is the catcher for Salem. Ricks is at third. Bloom is at short with Irwin at second and Antone at first. Nola's in left, Johnston in center, and Sidwell is in right. The 1-0 misses upstairs to Sims, and the count quickly now 2-0. Sims in the first game exited after his first 3 at-bats, but finished 3 for 3 with a double and 4 RBI in that contest. Looking to get off to an equally hot start in this one. Pitch on the way to Sims. He looks at that one for a strike. Count now moves to 2-1. Falcons 19 runs scored in the opener is their second highest run total of the season. Pitch to Sims, swings and misses at the 2-1. The count is 2-2. Saw the ball really well in that contest. They were helped out by a couple of Dodger errors and quite a few walks and hit by pitches. Sure, the Falcons would like to swing it a little bit more in this game than have all those free passes, but they'll take the 19 runs. Sims hits one in the air to center field. Johnston brings it in for the first out in the first inning. Connor Shively, a chance now for the Falcons. Shively in the opener today was without a base hit, but he did get on base twice and score 2 runs, once on a walk and once after being hit by a pitch. As I stated, he made him pay both times around the bases. Warming up a little bit here in Salem, 79 degrees at first pitch, partly cloudy skies, but blue skies here in the state's capital. As Shively swings through the first pitch, the count is 0-1. Humidity a little bit high, around 80%, so keep that in mind as well. The wind is picking up a little bit. As the 0-1 pitch to Shively crosses the zone, an upstairs fastball, and the count moves to 0-2 to Shively. After Shively in the order is Colin Tacchini. Hitting in the 3-hole will be Colin. We'll talk about it a little bit more in a moment. As Shively stares at strike 3, a curveball over the heart of the plate. Get to talk about Colin here after Shively goes down as the second casualty in the first inning. Colin batting in the 3-hole here is typically taken up by his younger cousin Jacoby. This is the first game that Tacchini hasn't started this summer in some form or another, whether it was catching or being the designated hitter. This is Jacoby's first non-starter today. He's in the dugout on the bench, see if he gets any use later on, although as Colin Tacchini takes strike 1, I think Jacoby certainly deserves some rest. Has caught a ton of ball games over this past week and likely on the hook to catch at least 1, maybe 2 tomorrow in the return home for the Falcons as they take on the North Jackson Royals tomorrow in a doubleheader at Kiger Stadium. Colin Tacchini settles in, awaits the 1-1 offering. It's a ground ball out towards the right side of the infield. Up with it is Irwin. The throw on to first is in time, and the Falcons down in order in the first. Heading to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
It's the bottom of the first inning, still scoreless between the Dodgers and the Falcons. Leading things off for Salem will be their second baseman, Isaac Irwin, followed by Shea Rasmussen, the catcher. Batting third is Tanner Antone. The first baseman, Ryder Johnston, the center fielder, bats cleanup. In left field is Caden Knoll. He bats fifth. Hitting sixth is Jeff Bloom, the shortstop. Designated hitter Mike Gillett is batting seventh, followed by Nolan Ricks. Nolan is batting eighth. And at third base today, and Corey Sidwell is in right field. He bats ninth for the Salem Wellcare Dodgers. So Isaac Irwin getting ready to go to work against Colby Medeiros, the starting pitcher for the Klamath Falls Falcons. We'll take a look at the numbers for Colby so far this season, but first, the first pitch on the way to Isaac Irwin. Medeiros misses low. The count is 1-0. Medeiros making his third start of the summer, his seventh overall appearance. He's pitched 16 and a third innings. He's given up 33 hits, 23 runs, 19 of them earned. He's walked 10 and struck out 8 for an ERA of 8.14. Count is 2-0 to Isaac Irwin, and the delivery from Medeiros is swung on foul. Count is 2-1. to Irwin. In the first game today, the second baseman for the Dodgers was 0 for 3. He grounded out, flew out, and struck out in the first, second, and fifth innings. Here he takes a pitch low below the knees. The count moves to 3-0 to Irwin. Shea Rasmussen is on deck for the Dodgers. Delivery upcoming from Medeiros is hit sharply foul down the third base side. Count moves to 3-2. Carson Pimley, the other half of the Falcons battery. P.J. Safford at third. Connor Shively at short. Colin Tacchini at second with Ian Meyer at first. In the outfield after the 3-2 pitch, which is looked at for ball 4. In around the knees, but did just miss a little bit low to Irwin as he reaches first. As promised, the outfield for the Falcons goes like this. Ryan Douglas is in left. Ryan Glidden is in center, and Carson Sims is in right. Rasmussen getting ready to swing with a runner on to start the bottom of the first inning. Here's a pitch. It misses low. The count is 1-0. Tanner Antone is on deck for the Salem Dodgers. They come in play today with a record of 0-22, still looking for their first win of the season. Pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Count goes even. A ball and a strike to Rasmussen. The Falcons adding to their win total earlier today, picking up their 23rd win of the summer against 6 losses and 1 tie, which was the final game of group play at the Alaska 5-9 Mid-Season Classic. A foul ball on the 1-1 pitch. Count moves to 1-2. Rasmussen in the opener earlier today was 0 for 3, struck out a pair of times before grounding into a game-ending double play in the bottom of the 5th inning. Pitch is swung on and missed. Medeiros goes off speed to produce a strikeout, setting down Rasmussen for the first out in the first inning. Tanner Antone a chance to swing now for the Dodgers. He steps in. The Dodgers wearing their white uniforms today. Dodgers written across their chest in a light blue color with red numbers across their back. Red caps with the Washington Nationals W logo that they've used. The kind of like the Walgreens W also. I don't know which one came first, but Antone takes ball 1 inside, 1-0. The W standing for, of course, the Wellcare Salem Dodgers. Antone swings and misses at the 1-0 pitch. Count goes even at 1-1. Falcons in their blue uniforms, red Falcons written across their chest in cursive text and white outlined there with, it looks like Falcons have got their white pants on today. Thought they were wearing their grays to start, but have switched things over in the middle of the game, it seems, or the middle of the double header, so to speak. 1-2. Now the count to Antone after he swings through the off-speed pitch, and Medeiros gets ahead. Medeiros gets the sign in from Pimley and delivers. It is hard hit to left field. That one is going to wind up fair down the line. Headed for third is Irwin. They're going to hold him there. Is a good throw in from the outfield from Douglas. Will hold him. But a double for Tanner Antone will put 2 men in scoring position for Ryder Johnston with 1 out in the bottom of the first. Decent piece of 2-strike hitting for the first baseman for the Dodgers. And again, Ryder Johnston, a chance to swing now and an early RBI opportunity for him. Johnston in the opener was 2 for 2. A couple of singles for him in the second and third innings. The left-handed hitter awaits the first pitch from Medeiros, which is in the dirt and gets away from Pimley. Runner breaking for the plate will score as Irwin touches home. Antone advances to third in the meantime, and Johnston already with that 1 run coming in to score. The Dodgers have taken a 1-0 lead. Johnston settles in for the 1-0 pitch. Here it comes from Medeiros. It is off the glove of Pimley, rolls down the third base line, but the runner at third not on the move. The pitch missed away, and the count is 2-0. Caden Knoll is on deck for the Dodgers, the 5th batter in the order. Another pitch misses off the outside. The count is 3-0 to Johnston. Inning started with the walk delivered to Isaac Irwin, followed it up with a strikeout by Shea Rasmussen and the double for for Tanner Antone. So the 3-0 pitch finds the outside corner around the knees, and the count 3 balls and a strike to the Dodgers center fielder. Talked about Johnston's 2-for-2 performance in the opener today. He sends a ground ball to the left side of the infield. Shively unable to get there, and a single scores a run. An RBI for Ryder Johnston makes it 2-0 Dodgers in the bottom of the first inning. Caden Knoll a chance to bat now for the Dodgers. Runner aboard at first and just 1 out. And again, already 2 runs home in this inning for Salem, matching their run output from the opener today in a doubleheader. Looking to tack on a few more and try to build out a lead against the Falcons. The pitch is popped up behind home plate. Pimley will look it into the glove for the second out of the first inning. Jeff Bloom, a chance to hit now for the Dodgers, the 6th batter this inning. Runner on first is Ryder Johnston as Bloom settles into the right-handed batter's box. Bloom in the first game today was 0 for 1. He did walk in the second inning, otherwise flew out in his only other plate appearance. He takes strike 1 on the outside corner there. Count is 0-1 to the starting shortstop for the Dodgers. He started the game at third base in the opener, but moved over to short shortly thereafter that. He checks his swing on an inside pitch. Count is even now at 1. After Bloom in the Dodgers order is Mike Gillett, the designated hitter. We'll wait his turn next. Set is Medeiros and the offering. Runner is on the move. The throw down from Pimley is not in time. Sliding in safely is Johnston. I believe that pitch was called a strike, I want to say. And the count should be 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jeff Bloom. Bloom on the season, batting .310 for the Salem Dodgers. All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bloom. Medeiros set, checking on the runner at second before delivering the pitch. Line drive into center field, a base hit. And they hold up Johnston at third. Nice throw in from the outfield will keep the runners at the corners for Mike Gillett. Gillett, the designated hitter here in this one. Didn't get a ton of opportunities in the opener. In fact, only 1 plate appearance in which he walked, and that came in the 5th inning. Came in as a defensive replacement, patrolled right field for the kind of second half of that ball game. Runner again on the move from first. The tag applied at second is not going to be in time. And I think they're going to say that Takini missed the tag. The only thing I could imagine is the throw down to second allowed a run to come in and score as Johnston touches home, making it 3-0 Dodgers. And a runner in scoring position still for Mike Gillett. All right, here we go. We had a brief pause in the action as the Dodgers lead 3-0 in the bottom of the first. And the first pitch was a ball. Second pitch is a ball, too. Missed low and away. Count 2-0 to Mike Gillett with Nolan Ricks on deck for the Dodgers. Surpassed their run output from the opener now after Johnston touched home on the steal and score as an inside breaking ball graces the corner. And the count is 2 balls and a strike now to Gillett. On the season for him is still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for his first 10, but he's worked his fair share of walks. Up in the count now 3-1 against Colby Medeiros. Set on the hill is Medeiros and delivers the 3-1 pitch. Gillett chases strike 2, low and in the dirt. Pitch got away from Pimley. Oh, no, they're going to say that was swinging strike 3. I must have lost a pitch somewhere. And there you go. Throw down to first, and that will end the inning. I lost a pitch somewhere, but regardless, that will do it for the bottom of the first inning. Not before the Dodgers scored 3 runs in the inning on 3 base hits. They leave a man stranded, and they lead going to the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Falcons baseball continues in the top of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. A score of 3-0 in which the Salem Dodgers lead the Falcons. It'll be the middle of the Klamath Falls order, though, to try to answer the call. Ian Meyer, P.J. Safford, and Carson Pimley. Caden Wagner got through the top of the first inning, retiring 3 straight Falcons. And you'll start out Ian Meyer with strike 1 looking on the outside corner. Meyer in the first game today was 2 for 2, had 3 RBI in that contest. Here he sends a scorched foul ball down the third base line. Meyer singled in the first inning of that game, picked up a couple of RBI. He then later singled in the fourth inning, picking up an RBI there as well. He was hit by the pitch twice and walked once. 0-2 to Meyer is a ground ball to the right side of the infield. The second baseman knocks it down. Irwin recovers and makes the throw on to first in time for the out. Had a little trouble fielding it cleanly, but was able to recover and throw out Meyer at first. So bring up P.J. Safford for the Falcons, getting his first crack at things here. Safford in the opener was 3 for 5. He reached on a fielder's choice in the first. Otherwise, he singled twice and doubled once. Here he loops a base hit into right field. Safford, a big turnaround first. He's headed for second. He slides in safely. Safford on a blue base hit, legging out a double. And that's with 1 away in the top of the second inning. Wasn't hit particularly hard, but Safford, I think, had double in his mind out of the box and was able to get in there safely. So bring up Carson Pimley as the Falcons have an opportunity at their first run of the ball game. By the way, for Safford picking up that double, his second of the day and his 5th of the season. Set on the mound is Wagner. And the delivery misses upstairs to Pimley. The count is 1-0. Pimley wasn't able to get an at-bat in the opener, but getting the start at catcher today is a quick conference on the mound between the pitcher and the catcher. Allows us to remind you that today's broadcast on MyBasin.com is brought to you in part by Klamath Falls Subaru. Through the Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events, Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru. Stop by and say hi. All right. It looks like we are just about ready for baseball as a quick discussion between Rasmussen and Wagner is concluded. Count is 1-0 to Carson Pimley. With a runner at second, that's P.J. Safford. The pitch is going to miss high and away. Count is 2-0 to Pimley. Corbin Hamilton, the designated hitter, He waits on deck. Wagner looking in. The lefty comes set, and the pitch to Pimley is going to miss in around the knees, and the count is 3-0. Maybe a touch inside as well to Pimley. Safford, of course, out there after the double. Pimley trying to get across the first run for the Falcons, who trail 3-0. The delivery is going to be taken upstairs, and a 4-pitch walk delivered to Pimley. He gets on base in his first at-bat of the day, and it brings up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton getting the start as the DH in this contest, was the starting first baseman in the opener, but opting to have him just hit in this contest. He'll take ball one high. Count goes to 1-0. Hamilton in the opener today had one hit. It was an RBI double in the fourth inning. Otherwise, he struck out twice and walked once. Here's the pitch on the way to Hamilton. That one misses high and kicks off the glove of the catcher. Rolls to the backstop. Both runners advance. Safford to third. Pimley to second. And now two men in scoring position in the tying run at the plate for the Falcons. Down 3-0 in the top of the second inning. After Hamilton in the order for the Falcons, it's Ryan Glidden. Here's the pitch. That one misses in. A curveball, and the count is 2-0 to Corbin. On the season, Corbin bats .365, 31 hits in 85 tries. Here's the delivery. Hamilton will take a fastball on the outside for a strike. The count is 2-1 now to Corbin. I believe this is only the second time this summer that he has got the start as a designated hitter. Typically either at first base or pitching. But I'm sure he doesn't mind this role too bad, as ball 4 awarded to Corbin there, and it brings up Ryan Glidden. Tying run on base for Glidden. Getting the nod in center field to start this one. Started in center field in the opener today, too, but was replaced after his first two at-bats, where he got hit both times. Came around to score, though, twice. Pitch on the way is called a strike. Glidden takes one middle to fall behind 0-1. On deck after Glidden is Ryan Douglas. Safford at third, Pimley at second, Hamilton at first. Here's the pitch. Misses upstairs. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. The Salem Dodgers team who leads the Falcons here, a pretty young team, quite a few elevating sophomores on the squad this year. Handful more are juniors to be. Not many guys older than that, though, on this Dodgers team. As the pitch called a strike, count is 1-2 to Ryan Glidden. Falcons trying to still get their first run across here with the bases loaded. A golden opportunity for the Falcons' elder statesman. Set is Wagner. And the pitch to Glidden is going to miss upstairs. Count is 2-2. After Glidden in the order, Ryan Douglas looking for a turn. He hopes to bat with runners on instead of leading off the next inning. The 2-2 to Glidden is swung on and missed, and it's actually fouled back into the glove of the batter. And so Glidden goes down on strikes, and here comes Douglas. An opportunity, after Glidden avoids a double play at the very least, to bat here with the bases still loaded. Number 9 hitter in the order. Here's the first pitch to Douglas. He pops it up in foul territory, but it goes out of play. The count is 0-1. Douglas on the season batting .315 and 12 RBI for him. Any runs would help the Falcons here in the top of the second inning. Set on the mound is Wagner, and the pitch is going to miss high. Count is even at a ball and a strike to Douglas. The lineup turns over next for the Falcons as Carson Sims waits on deck. Inning started with a ground out from Ian Meyer, but a double and back-to-back walks loaded the bases before Glidden's strikeout. And now the pitch to Douglas is a check swing, but it's called a strike. Count is 1-2. A curveball in, framed up nicely by Rasmussen. Probably stole that one for his pitcher to get ahead. 1-2. Douglas going to have to battle up there in the right-handed batter's box. Awaits the 2-strike pitch and pops one out of play foul. He does just that. Trying to battle a little bit and get across that coveted first run. Sometimes can be the hardest one to find. Falcons have done a good job, though, scoring early and often in a lot of these games. It's been the last half of games in which the Falcons have struggled. But here in the opener, or here in the opening innings, they are still going to be searching for their first run as Douglas chases the high cheese, and it goes down on strikes for the third out in the second inning. The Falcons leave the bases loaded, and they trail 3-0. Going to the bottom of the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
Getting ready for the bottom of the second inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports at mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons trail the Salem Dodgers 3-0. It'll be 8-9-1 due up this half inning for Salem. That's Nolan Ricks, Corey Sidwell, and Isaac Irwin. Colby Medeiros getting ready for the second inning of his start after those 3 runs came across in the first. The Dodgers needed 3 base hits to get it across, and aggressive base running also helped as well for the Dodgers. Pass ball allowed the first run to score, and then an RBI single from Ryder Johnston. He would later come in to score himself on one of those pass balls. Swing and a miss, the first pitch to Nolan Ricks. He tries to get out in front of the inside off-speed pitch from Medeiros, but wound up swinging over the top of it for strike 1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch from Medeiros. Same location, except this one bounced over to third. Safford plays it on a couple hops. Throw on to Meyer is in time, and that's the first out in the second inning. Goes to Corey Sidwell now for the Dodgers. Sidwell got 1 at-bat in the opener today, was 1 for 1 with an RBI. That came in the second inning for the Dodgers. Gets his first at-bat here in the second inning as well against Colby Medeiros, 1 away. And here's the pitch. Medeiros drops in an off-speed pitch. Looked like the curveball there to get ahead 0-1. Taking a look at the season for Sidwell, batting .170. He'll take ball 1 there as it misses low. The count is even to the right fielder. Medeiros looking in, working out of the windup, and the pitch. Swung on and missed. The count is 1-2 to Sidwell. On deck is Isaac Irwin, the leadoff hitter for the Dodgers. Medeiros gets the sign from Pimley and delivers the pitch. It's a curveball that's lifted into the air to shallow right field. The first baseman, Meyer, retreats and makes the catch on the run for the second out. Again, back to the top of the order now for Salem. It is Isaac Irwin, who walked to lead off the ball game in the first inning. He would come in to score later on that frame. Now bats with 2 away and the base is empty. A 3-0 ball game. The Dodgers lead the Falcons. Here's the pitch on the way from Medeiros. Goes curveball, and it's hit sharply again to Safford. Safford knocks it down. The throw on to first is not going to be in time. And trouble coming up with it will cause the error at third, bringing up Shea Rasmussen. Rasmussen is 0 for 1 today. Has to ditch the catcher's gear before coming on out to swing away. He struck out in the first inning. Medeiros trying to set him down here. Runner at first and 2 gone in the bottom of the second inning. Delivery on the way from Colby is hit the opposite way, foul, and the count is 0-1 to the catcher for the Dodgers. On deck is their first baseman. That's Tanner Anto. Looking at the numbers for Rasmussen this season, batting .237 for the Salem Dodgers. Medeiros makes a check on the runner at first. Back safely is Isaac Irwin. Count remains no balls and a strike to Rasmussen at the plate. So Medeiros delivers the pitch. Swung on and missed, gets ahead 0-2, but the pitch got by Pimley. And advancing to second is Irwin. Pimley settles back in behind the plate after chasing down the pass ball. Now he's going to have to keep things in front of him with that runner in scoring position. Medeiros again ahead 0-2 as he comes set and delivers. It is swung on and missed in the dirt, but the throw down to first is in time and a strikeout to end the second inning. An error allows a base runner, but the Dodgers leave him stranded in the second as we go to the top of the third in a 3-0 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Getting set now for the third inning between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Salem Wellcare Dodgers, a game in which the visitors trail the Dodgers 3-0. Due up this half inning for the Falcons, though, is going to be the top of their order. Carson Sims, Connor Shively, and Colin Tacchini. So they get ready to try and claw themselves back into the game. The Falcons left the tying run on base in the second when they left the bases loaded. Looking for better luck this time against Caden Wagner, who, despite walking a pair in that last inning, has pitched well. He's got 3 strikeouts as he struck out the last 2 guys to work himself out of that bases-loaded jam. Glidden and Douglas both going down after Pimley, Hamilton, and Safford were on base. And Sims, who's 0 for 1 in the contest, will look to get the rally started today, just as he's done so many other times this summer for the Falcons. Sims, the team's leading hitter, hasn't hit at the top of the order a ton this year, except for the last now 4 games. Bats .506 this season. And he'll take strike 1 on a breaking ball over the heart of the plate, 0-1. Sims has seen the batting average climb significantly over the stretch of games since returning from Alaska. Sends a hard grounder to short. Trying to backhand it was Bloom. The throw across the diamond is not going to be in time. And Sims reaches first to lead off the third inning. And after that, it brings up Connor Shively, who struck out his first time up, but looking for more here in the third inning. Shively was without a base hit in the opener as he fouls off the first pitch, 0-1. Walked and was hit by a pitch and scored each of those times, but still looking for his first hit of the day. Lefty versus lefty. As I said last night, Shively has had a little bit of trouble facing left-handed hitters this season, or left-handed pitching, rather. That one, he misses high. The count is even at 1. The catcher, Rasmussen, trying to backdoor Sims at first, but he's back safely. After Shively in the Falcons order, it's Colin Tacchini. Shively, the team's second leading hitter, .441 this year. Takes high heat for ball 2. Leads the team in hits, towards the top in on-base percentage as well. He is third on the team in on-base percentage. Here's the pitch. Misses away, and the count is 3-1 to the Falcons shortstop. About a 4-step lead for Sims off of first, and the pitch to Shively is hit in the air into left field. It will be foul. And the count runs full, 3-2 to Shively. Connor, who leads the team in RBI. Good speed over there at first, too. You put a ball in the gap. Could theoretically see Sims trying to score on that play, but Shively ultimately in a 2-strike count, just trying to put the ball in play. Here's the 3-2. It is looked at for strike 3. Looked outside, but down goes Shively looking for the first out in the third inning. Colin Tacchini will swing away now for the Falcons. Tacchini 0 for 1 in the contest, grounded out back in the first inning. Here's the delivery to Colin, taken for a strike. About belt high on the inner third of the plate. The count is 0-1 to Colin, who bats .329 this season for the Falcons. 32 RBI put him at second most on the team. Tacchini checks his swing on a pitch high, again trying to go backdoor against Sims, but he gets back safely. Count is even now, though, to Colin after that last pitch missed high. After Tacchini in the order, it is Ian Meyer for the Klamath Falls Falcons. That one is fouled straight back. Count is 1-2. The second baseman for the Falcons settling back in. And here's the pitch. Curveball ripped to short. It is backhanded by the shortstop. The throw to second is not in time. Sims beating it out. They tried to turn 2, but everybody's safe as Tacchini reaches there, and it brings up Ian Meyer. Meyer 0 for 1 today. He grounded out back in the second inning. But a golden opportunity here as he represents the tying run. Meyer, another ground ball to the left side of the infield. It is fielded in fair territory, and the third baseman, Ricks, will just touch the third base bag and get the lead runner. And so Sims is out. Tacchini advancing to second, and Meyer aboard on the fielder's choice. 2 away now. Runners remain at first and second. And here's P.J. Safford. Wagner comes set, delivers to Safford, who takes a fastball for a strike. The count is 0-1, right about letter high to Safford as he falls behind. P.J.'s 1 for 1 today. The double back in the second inning. He would eventually remain stranded, though, in scoring position. Pitch here to Safford will miss outside and away. The count is even now, to ball and a strike to the Falcons' third baseman. Safford on the summer is batting .309. Fairly aggressive lead off of second for Colin Tacchini. Wagner checks on him before delivering home to Safford, who fouls off a high fastball. Falls behind in the count 0-2. After PJ in the order, it is Carson Pimley for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Safford tightens up his batting gloves before stepping back into the right-handed batter's box. And readies for the 1-2 pitch out of the left hand of Caden Wagner. It is hit the opposite way on the ground, foul. Safford trying to take the outside curveball where it was thrown to him, but just a bit late on it, enough for it to kick foul down the first base line. So everyone head back to where they started, and we'll do it again. A ball and 2 strikes to P.J. Safford. Here's the offering. Hits it in the air, right field, playable this time for Sidwell. He comes in and makes the catch, and that will end the inning. The Falcons use a base hit, but they strand 2 runners, and they trailed the Salem Dodgers 3-0. Headed to the bottom half of the third on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
It's the bottom of the third inning, and the Salem Dodgers lead the Klamath Falls Falcons 3-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Colby Medeiros getting ready for the third inning of his start out there for the Falcons. He'll have to go through 3, 4, and 5 in the Dodgers order. That's Tanner Antone, Ryder Johnston, and Caden Knoll due up for the Dodgers as they look to build upon their 3-run lead here in the third inning. All right, home plate umpire. Oh, he's brushing off the plate, and it looks like we are just about ready for baseball here in the bottom of the third inning. Antone has swung the bat well today. So he swings and misses here on the first pitch, 0-1. Not only does he have a double and a run scored back in the first inning of this one, but he also finished 1 for 1 in the opener today when he singled and scored a run in the second inning of that one. He was also hit by a pitch in his only other at-bat today. Delivery on the way to Antone. Swings through that pitch from Medeiros, and the count moves to no balls and 2 strikes. Again, after Antone is Ryder Johnston, the left-handed bat for the Salem Dodgers. Delivery from Medeiros. That one misses high and in. Medeiros tried to squeeze the right-hander with the 2-seam fastball, but that one winds up missing in near the hands of Antone, so the count, a ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch from Medeiros is going to miss low. Count moves now to 2-2. No changes for either team yet. Been letting them play here through the first 2.5 innings. Pitch on the way from Medeiros, a chopper down the third base side, and the count remains 2-2. That's in fairly stark contrast to the opener we had where the Dodgers were making a change. It felt like just about every inning, but here they've secured the lead, and they're looking to cling on to it. The Dodgers looking for their first win of the summer. Right now leading the Falcons. This one is popped up to the right side of the infield. Colin Tacchini back a couple of steps, and he will make the catch for the first out in the third inning. And in steps Ryder Johnston now for the Dodgers. Johnston is 1 for 1 so far in this ball game. He singled in a run in the first inning and scored a run himself later on in that frame. Here's the first pitch from Medeiros. It is a swing and a miss. The count is 0-1. Medeiros getting Johnston to chase the low and outside breaking ball. And now ready to go again. Here's the 0-1. Goes to the well once more. This time Johnston laying off. Count is even now to ball and a strike. Caden Knoll is on deck for the Dodgers. Ryder Johnston this season is the team's third leading hitter, batting .346 this season for the Dodgers. He leads the team in hits, though, and I suppose when you take into account sample size, which I didn't just now, Johnston is actually the team's leading hitter. His count, I believe, is 2-2. I believe that was a foul ball off his bat. He's 18 for his first 52 on the season. Like I said, .346. He also leads the team in RBI with 10 runs batted in this summer. Hits a ground ball over to short. Shively up with it. The throw to first is in time, and a great throw by Shively beat the speedy Johnston down the line for the second out in the third inning. Johnston was really hustling down the line, almost just beat out the infield single, but again, a strong throw from Shively to cut him down. Now there's 2 outs and nobody on for Caden Knoll. Knoll 0 for 1 in the ball game so far. He popped out in foul territory to the catcher his first time up. Here he fouls off the first pitch he sees from Medeiros, and the count moves to 0-1. After Knoll, in the order for the Dodgers is Jeff Bloom. The 0-1 on the way from Medeiros. It's a curveball that's hit weakly into center field, but Shively moves over and makes the catch on the run, stealing away a base hit to end the third inning. The Dodgers go down in order in the third. To the top of the fourth we go in a 3-0 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Set now for the top of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons trailing the Salem Wellcare Dodgers 3-0. For the Dodgers, 3 runs on 3 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they have left 2 runners on base. The Falcons have scored no runs. They've got 1 base hit. They've committed 1 error, and they have left 5 runners on base through the first 3 innings. Carson Pimley's going to start things off for them as they search for their first run against Caden Wagner on the mound and dealing so far for the Dodgers. Here's the first pitch to Pimley. It's a curveball. The Pimley rips into left field, and it is in for a base hit. Knoll extended for it, but couldn't bring it in. Pimley's digging for 2, and he finds it. And a leadoff double for Carson Pimley will bring up Corbin Hamilton. It's a way to start the inning if you're looking for your first run as Chase Barrett comes out to run for Carson Pimley. And Corbin Hamilton, as I said, will get ready to bat now. Corbin walked in his first at-bat, was left stranded in the second inning. Here he pops one foul. The count moves to 0-1. Hamilton batting .365 this season for the Falcons, 20 RBI for him. The right-handed first baseman, well, now designated hitter, typically first baseman for the Falcons. He settles in. Pitch from Wagner. misses upstairs. Good pitch to lay off there for Corbin. That high fastball can look so good, especially when you kind of feel maybe desperate for that first run of the ball game. But Hamilton wisely laying off of that pitch and working to count even. Delivery on the way from Wagner is a curveball. This time Hamilton takes strike 2. It just found the inside part of the zone, just above the belt to Hamilton as he falls behind. Now having to choke up a little bit, widen out the stance, try to poke a ball in play with 2 strikes. The delivery from Wagner is that upstairs fastball. This time Hamilton couldn't resist and goes down on strikes for the first time in this game. In steps Ryan Glidden, who is 0 for 1 today. Glidden struck out back in the second inning. Batting here with a runner in scoring position after Carson Pimley led off the inning with a double. Chase Barrett came in to courtesy run for him. That's who stands out there now. The first pitch on its way to Ryan Glidden. Hits it foul right behind home. Count moves to 0-1. After Glidden in the order, you see him there in the on-deck circle. For those of you watching our live video feed on mybasin.com, it's Ryan Douglas. Wagner looking in against Glidden. Checks the runner at second before delivering home. Glidden takes a pitch in the dirt. On the move is Barrett. The throw down to third is not going to get him. But there it is. The opening run for the Falcons, waiting just 90 feet away in a 1-1 count to Ryan Glidden. Hard enough hit ball to the outfield. That's what Glidden's got to try to do now. Just get it out of the infield, and you could be looking at your first run of the ball game for Klamath Falls. Pitch on the way to Ryan is taken upstairs for a fastball ball. 2-1. The count to Ryan. On the season, Glidden bats .273 for the Falcons. He is 9 for 33 to start the year. This time swings through the inside breaking ball. Count moves even now to 2 balls and 2 strikes to Glidden. 6 RBI for him on the season. And Barrett's itching to score down at third. Set is Wagner. And the pitch. It's fouled off. Glidden stays alive after getting a piece of the curveball and hitting it the opposite way. Getting another look here at Caden Wagner. Like I said, he's thrown well today. He's already got 5 strikeouts. Looking for another here against Glidden, the 2-2. And Glidden takes a middle-in fastball, goes down looking at strike 3 for the second out of the 4th inning. And it will bring up Ryan Douglas. Douglas, another strikeout casualty from earlier in the contest. He struck out in the 2nd inning. First pitch to him here. He takes a swing and a miss at it. The count is 0-1. After Douglas, if the inning continues, it's Carson Sims who waits on deck. Set is Wagner, and the pitch is a curveball taken for a strike. Douglas quickly falls behind 0-2, and after a leadoff double, Wagner looking to strike out the side to escape the jam. Comes set with the 0-2 and delivers to Douglas. And this time, though, Ryan stays alive. Count remains 0-2. This is the same thing that happened to the Falcons back in the 2nd inning, trying not to let it happen again when they that time had the bases loaded, and back-to-back strikeouts ended the inning for Wagner. Now he's looking for 3 straight, but Douglas sends one into the air to shallow left field. That one is going to be dropped in left. The left fielder, Knoll, came in, had it in his hand, and it fell out of his glove, allowing a run to score. Then the throw into the infield is a wild one, allowing Douglas to advance to second. Not the way you expect your first run to come across, but the Falcons trail now only by 2, a score of 3-1. With 2 gone in the top of the 4th inning, and with Douglas advancing to second, Carson Sims bats with a runner in scoring position. Sims is 0 for 2 today. He flew out in the first and reached on an error in the third. The opener today, Sims was 3 for 3. Still looking for his first hit, though, in this contest as he flares one foul to the right side. The count is 0-1. Looks like that ricocheted off the tall netting. Keeps a lot of those foul balls in the ballpark, which has been beneficial today. I haven't had to take any pauses for trying to retrieve foul balls, but that netting goes up real tall and keeps him in the ballpark. That one misses upstairs to Sims on the 0-1. Count is even now. But here it's like the first 10 feet or so of the backstop is chain link, and then it goes up to netting after that, up another, 20, 30 feet up in the sky. 1-1 on the way to Carson Sims. Hits that one high in the air towards shallow right field. Back is the second baseman, Irwin. He puts it away for the third out, but the Falcons score a run on one base hit, helped out by one Dodgers error. As we go to the bottom of the fourth inning, the Dodgers lead the Falcons 3-1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
It's the bottom of the fourth inning here from Sprague High School in the state capital of Salem, Oregon. The bottom of the fourth, and 3-1, the Dodgers lead the Klamath Falls Falcons. Jeff Bloom, Mike Gillett, Nolan Ricks do up this half inning for the Dodgers as the first pitch comes in and hits Bloom out of the hand of Colby Medeiros, and a runner gets on to lead off the bottom of the fourth inning. So after Bloom reaches, it brings up Mike Gillett, who's 0 for 1 today after striking out to end the first inning. And it was in that first inning in which the Dodgers scored all three of their runs. First pitch gets across to Gillett, 0-1. Since then, pardon the interruption there. Lost a bit of power here for a second. Got some portable battery packs here behind home plate. Luckily, we bring two of them because the first one just died, so apologize for that. The count is 0-2 to Mike Gillett from Colby Medeiros. And the pitch is on the way. Looked at for strike three. A beautiful slider froze up Gillett. Second time out on strikes today and is the first casualty here in the fourth inning. Bring up Nolan Ricks, who is 0 for 1 today. He grounded out back in the second inning. As Medeiros delivers the pitch. Here it comes. Same pitch as he used to put away Gillett. He used it to get ahead of Ricks here. The count is 0-1. After Ricks in the order is Corey Sidwell. Medeiros checks on the runner at first before coming set. Now delivers the pitch. Again, uses the slider on the outside. Back pick to the runner at first, but back safely is Bloom. And the count is no balls and 2 strikes to Ricks. Ricks, the third baseman here in this game for the Dodgers. Stands tall in the right-handed batter's box, and the pitch is swung on and missed. 3 straight outside pitches, and Medeiros uses them to set down Ricks for the second strikeout here in the fourth inning. 5 total strikeouts on the game now for Medeiros, and it brings up Corey Sidwell. Runner aboard at first is Jeff Bloom. He reached after being hit by a pitch. Medeiros checks on him over at first, but he dives back safely. Sidwell getting the nod in right field today for the Dodgers. The young man awaits the pitch from Medeiros. Curveball, strike one, knee high, about middle of the plate. And Medeiros uses the off-speed pitch to get ahead. Like I said, after a shaky first inning, Medeiros has pitched very well in the second and third and trying to escape the fourth in a similar manner. Another check on the runner over at first. He's back safe. Hasn't allowed a base hit since the first inning, at least not yet. He's a couple base runners, an error, and the hit batsman who stands there at first. As the pitch gets away from Pimley, the runner is on the move, and the throw down got him. A great recovery by Pimley to try to get Bloom, who hesitated, taking second on the passed ball, and that will end the inning. The Dodgers down in order in the bottom of the fourth, and we go to the fifth in a 3-1 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
It is the top of the fifth inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons trail the Salem Wellcare Dodgers 3-1. It'll be Connor Shively, Colin Tacchini, and Ian Meyer. The three men due up to try to start the rally for the Falcons here as we are past the halfway point in this one. Shively 0 for 2 today, though. He struck out a pair of times, looking for a change of fortunes in his third look at Caden Wagner. Falcons scored their only run of the ball game so far in the last time around. Shively looking to lead things off with a bunt, but instead he'll pull back and look at strike one. It was one run on one hit in the inning for the Falcons in the top of the fourth. They were helped out by an error. This pitch on the way. Shively looking to lay down a bunt again. He pushes it foul, so quickly down 0-2. He will likely not be attempting to bunt here with two strikes, although stranger things have happened if they feel confident with Shively trying to poke one down the line. Here's the 0-2. Misses upstairs. Shively, the bunt is off, as I thought. The count 1-2. Colin Tacchini waits on deck for the Falcons as the 1-2 is on the way to Shively. He loops that one, and it is caught by the shortstop on the run. A nice play by Bloom to put away Shively for the first out in the fifth. And it will bring up Colin Tacchini, aforementioned second baseman for the Falcons, who is 1 for 2 today. Grounded out in the first, singled, and was left stranded in scoring position in the third inning. Pitch on the way here to Colin, checks his swing, but he tips it foul. Count moves to 0-1. Colin earlier today in the opener was 1 for 2. He walked 3 times, though, and came around to score twice. Takes a pitch low there. The count goes even to Tacchini. One time he was able to get a hit, was a single in the third inning of that contest. He came around to score then, too. Here he sends a chopper out towards short. Again, Bloom is unable to make the play this time. It ate him up a bit, and Colin Tacchini able to reach there on the error. Might be a break that the Falcons were looking for as a runner on base here in the top of the fifth inning. This brings up Ian Meyer. Meyer is 0 for 2 today, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, and he grounded out to second base in the second inning. Meyer line drive to the shortstop. It is under his glove and into center field. Despite the diving effort by Bloom, Meyer lines a base hit to center, moving Takini to second and bringing up P.J. Safford. If the opener was any indication, PJ's the guy you want up in this spot for the Falcons. Not only is he 1 for 2 in this contest with a double in the second inning, take you back to the fourth inning of the opener today when a 3 RBI double helped the Falcons score 6 runs in that inning, 6 of their 19 total runs scored in that contest. Remember, this is the second of a doubleheader tonight, and the Falcons won the first one 19-2. It's been a far cry of an offensive output today so far for the Falcons, as Caden Wagner has done a really nice job against this dangerous Falcons lineup. Count is 1-1 to P.J. Safford as Wagner comes set with the pitch. A curveball. Safford fouls it off. Looks like it might have caught the catcher Rasmussen in the chest guard. Going to let him walk around for a second as the count is a ball and 2 strikes to P.J. Well, Rasmussen looks to be okay. Never nice to take a foul ball in the chest. That's why you got the chest guard there. Safford knows a thing or two about that, I'm sure. Makes catching a hobby. The 1-2. On the way to P.J. Line drive, center field, base hit. They're going to wave in Colin Takini, and they slammed the brakes on him last second. A good throw-in from center field will keep the bases loaded. Coach Teeters was given the windmill at first and then slammed on the brakes as hard as he could. Safford, though, after that single, is 2 for 3, loading him up now for Carson Pimley. Good piece of 2-strike hitting there for Safford. Just squared it up and sent it right into center field. Pimley looking to come through for his team. First pitch, Pimley offers up and misses. Count is 0-1. The tying run is in scoring position. Go-ahead run on base for the Falcons here in the top of the 5th. Set is Wagner. Pimley sends a hot shot to third. It gets by the third baseman into left field. 1 run is in to score. They're waving in Meyer. He will score. The throw to third to get Safford is not in time. And a 2 RBI single will tie this game up at 3 in the top of the 5th inning and keep runners at the corners. Big time hit there for Pimley, making him 2 for 2 today, adding a single to his ledger along with the double from last inning, but none bigger than that so far. As again, Collins scored from third, Meyer scored from second, Safford stationed now at third, and a courtesy runner in for Pimley is Chase Barrett. Corbin Hamilton with the go-ahead run 90 feet away, looking for a big-time hit for his team, but not before the entire infield comes into chat for the Salem Dodgers. I want to remind you that today's coverage of Falcons baseball is brought to you in part by the Pacific Power Foundation, who in 2024 donated over $70,000 to local organizations like the Klamath Falls City School District, the UC Davis Foundation, and the Tule Lake Fairgrounds. Big thanks to the Pacific Power Foundation for coming aboard for this year of Falcons baseball. Corbin Hamilton takes a fastball outside. Runner is on the move. Chase Barrett is safe at second, and scoring is P.J. Safford. Steal and score. Falcons run it again to perfection, and they take a 4-3 lead. Pitch was called a ball to Hamilton. He still has an opportunity to add some insurance here with another runner in scoring position. Pitch on the way from Wagner is swung on and missed. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. Inning started with a fly out, but after Takini reached on an error, back-to-back singles have scored 3 runs this inning for the Falcons. Another pitch taken upstairs. The count moves to 2 balls and a strike to Corbin, with Ryan Glidden waiting on deck. Set on the mound is Wagner, and the pitch. That one misses inside, pops out of the glove of the catcher for just a moment, but Barrett will retreat to second base. The count is 3-1 now to Corbin. Walked in the second inning and struck out in the fourth. Hamilton now relaxed in the right-handed batter's box and a good hitter's count. Here's the 3-1. He pops it out of play foul. Count is now full, 3-2. First base is open. So Wagner, who has danced around the corners today, doesn't have to attack Hamilton, not with only one out. If you put him on, you also get a double play in order. So we'll see where Wagner goes here on the full count pitch. He goes fastball. Hamilton swings and misses at it. It's the strikeout regardless, and that's the second out in the fifth inning. And it will bring up Ryan Glidden. Glidden 0 for 2 today, has struck out twice in this contest and was without a hit in the opener today either, but he was hit by the pitch twice. This time he hits one on the ground to the right side of the infield. The second baseman, Irwin, has to charge to come up with it, and Glidden beats out the infield single. Advances Barrett to third. A great job by Glidden, hustling down the line. It was just a weak roller out to second base. Irwin had to charge in and was unable to make the play in time, putting Glidden there at first. And timeout is called. The catcher Rasmussen going out to have a quick chat with his pitcher. It was seemingly less than 10 words as he's already back behind the dish. At third stands Barrett. At first, it's Ryan Glidden. We'll see if the Falcons attempt the same thing that scored them that go-ahead run. They go with the delayed steal and score. Here's the pitch from Wagner. There goes Glidden. The throw down is going to be cut off by the pitcher. No, he actually didn't catch it. Barrett's going to stay put at third as the ball winds up rolling to second. They tried to cut it off at the pitcher to get the lead runner if Barrett was going to score, but he doesn't. Not with two outs. Douglas now batting with two men in scoring position and flares it foul. Believe the count is a ball and a strike to the Falcons left fielder. Douglas reached on an error in the fourth inning. Otherwise, he struck out in the second. So 0 for 2 today for Douglas. The 1-1 pitch is going to miss upstairs to him. The count is 2 balls and a strike to Douglas. The lineup card turns over next for the Falcons with Carson Sims waiting on deck. Set on the mound, and delivering is Wagner. That pitch misses high and in. The count moves to 3 balls and a strike now to Ryan Douglas. Right-handed hitting left fielder, trying to work his way on base. Here's the pitch. He fouls it off, and the count is full. 3-2 with 2 men on and 2 men out in the top of the fifth inning in a 4-3 ball game. Douglas settles back in as Wagner eyes him down. Here's the pitch. Douglas, late on the fastball, goes down on strikes to end the fifth inning. But the Falcons claim the lead, up 4-3, as we go to the bottom of the fifth on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Bottom of the fifth inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the Salem Dodgers 4-3. It'll be 9-1-2 due up this half inning for the Dodgers. That's Corey Sidwell, Isaac Irwin, and Shea Rasmussen. Sidwell shows bunt, comes up empty on the first pitch in the bottom of the fifth inning. Colby Medeiros still out there working for the Falcons through 4 innings. He's thrown well. The 0-1 on the way is hit foul. Count moves to 0-2. Medeiros has thrown 61 pitches through 4 innings, has given up 3 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned. He struck out 5. All of those runs and hits came in the first inning. Since then, Medeiros has coasted right along. He misses low with the 0-2, moves to 1-2. Led off the first inning by walking Isaac Irwin. 3 more base hits later on in the inning, plated 3 runs, but since then, Medeiros has only allowed 2 base runners, 1 on an error and 1 on a hit batsman. And here he sets down Sidwell on strikes for the first out in the bottom of the fifth inning. And it will bring up the top of the order now for the Dodgers in Isaac Irwin. Irwin has reached base a pair of times, although he doesn't have a base hit yet. First pitch on the way to him will miss inside. Count moves to 1-0. He walked in the first inning and scored in that inning. And he also reached on an error in the second. Here's the delivery from Medeiros. That pitch misses low. The count moves to 2 balls and no strikes to Irwin, with Shea Rasmussen on deck for the Salem Wellcare Dodgers. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. It is hit in the air, left field. Moving over is Douglas. That one is going to get down in the gap and will be extra bases. Big turn around second for Irwin, but he is in there standing. And a 1-out double puts the tying run in scoring position with 1 away in the bottom of the fifth inning. Really put a lot of power behind that one, did Irwin. Thought it was hanging up in the air long enough for either Ryan or Douglas to track it down out there, but just right between them, perfectly placed for the double. Bringing up Shea Rasmussen as Dodgers try to get that tying run across. So first pitch misses upstairs. The count is 1-0 to Rasmussen, who's 0 for 2 today. He has struck out a pair of times, once in the first and once in the second. Medeiros takes a look at the runner at second and delivers home. It is a line drive to third, gloved by Safford. Throw to second is maybe in time. No, it is not in time. They tried to get Irwin, who wasn't properly tagged up, on a line drive to Safford. Good idea to try to get the runner on that play, but to no avail. As Rasmussen goes down after the hard line drive, bringing up Tanner Antone. 1 for 2 today is Tanner Antone, and Coach Craig Connor comes on out of the Falcons dugout, having a chat with Medeiros. He's right at 70 pitches right now. He's thrown well so far today. Be shocked if they take him out right now. And it doesn't look like Craig Connor has that intention. But as we have a moment, want to remind you that today's broadcast on mybasin.com brought to you in part by Abby's Legendary Pizza in Klamath Falls. Head to one of their locations for some of the best pizza in the Klamath Basin at 1919 Austin Street or 2226 Shalleck Street near OIT. Abby's Legendary Pizza is a proud supporter of high school sports and our broadcasts of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball. Well, the conference on the mound is concluded. Colby Medeiros still standing tall on the bump. Pimley returns behind home plate as Tanner Antone starts this at-bat with his team down a run. But the tying run stands at second in the person of Isaac Irwin. Antone 1 for 2 today. He doubled in the first inning and scored. He also flew out in the third. First pitch, he takes it in the dirt. Pimley blocks it, and the count moves to 1-0. Antone, probably the guy you want up in this spot if you're the Wellcare Dodgers. Antone singled also in the first game with the run scored. He's been the most consistent hitter on the day so far for the Dodgers. Here he checks his swing and went around. Count is a ball and a strike to Antone. Ryder Johnston is on deck for the Salem Dodgers. He'll hope for a chance to bat with the runner on here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Medeiros looking in to get the sign from Pimley as he comes set. Takes a look at the runner at second before delivering home. It's a slider on the outside part of the zone. The count moves to 1-2 to Antone. Big pitch coming up for Medeiros as the Falcons look to cling on to a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Medeiros agrees. Comes set, looks at the runner and delivers home once more. It's an upstairs fastball and a ground ball sent out towards short. Shively fields a bad hop and makes the throw onto first in time. Great reaction by Shively at short to adjust to a tough hop and make the play and keep the Falcons in front. 4-3 as we go to the 6th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
To reclaim your health and your autonomy. At Heartfelt OBGYN, they focus on you. Their evidence-based approach to care means fewer office visits and a targeted treatment plan to directly address your specific needs. They believe in solutions for their patients, not the industry's profit margin. The providers at Heartfelt OBGYN are committed to serving the community and giving back to the basin. Find them at heartfeltobgyn.com. Heartfelt, because you deserve to be in control of your body and your informed choices.
At Eisler Group, they are confident that their tax and accounting professionals are experienced and trained like no one else. From individual, corporate, partnership, estate, trust, Eisler Group stands ready to help you with all of your financial, tax, and accounting needs. They have been in Klamath Falls for nearly 60 years, raising their families here and being part of the community. The Eisler Group can be found at eislerkf.com. That's ISLERKF.com. eislerkf.com.
It is the top of the 6th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead 4-3. They've got 4 runs on 6 hits, 1 error for the Falcons. They've left 8 runners on base. Salem has scored their 3 runs on 4 hits. They've committed 1 error and left 3 runners on base. Carson Sims leading off the inning. He rolls one out to the pitcher. The throw to first is an error, and it winds up in right field. Sims getting into second. He slides in. He is safe. And Sims, after the error, will be able to advance to second. E1 on the play. Second error committed by Salem in the contest. And it allows a run in scoring position as the Falcons look to add a little bit of insurance here in the top of the 6th inning. Shively now an opportunity with a runner in scoring position, looking for his first hit. As Wagner comes set, and the pitch misses outside. No, Shively, they're going to say he didn't pull back in time, and the count moves to 0-1. Pitch would have been out of the zone, I think, but again, Shively did not pull back the bunt, and the count is 0-1. Wagner delivers. Shively looking to bunt again. Comes up empty, and the count moves to 0-2. Shively now going to have to protect down in the count. Colin Tacchini on deck. Wagner looking in. And the pitch. Two-seam fastball crept back over the plate against Shively. He goes down looking for the first out in the 6th inning. Shively going down on strikes for the 3rd time today on that most recent one, looking here in the top of the 6th. Colin Tacchini will take ball 1 in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher, and Sims will advance to 3rd. Golden opportunity for Colin to try to get this insurance run across for the Falcons. Just about anything will do it here with 1 out in the inning. Infield playing back for Salem. They seemingly aren't trying to protect this run from crossing. Even a ground ball in the infield might get the job done when you consider the speed standing there at 3rd in the person of Carson Sims. Colin on the day is 1 for 3. He singled in the third and reached on an error and scored in the fifth. That's to go along with a ground out from back in the first inning. Takes another pitch outside there. The count is 3-0 to the second baseman for the Falcons. Wagner up near his pitch count. This will be pitch 105, and he gets it across for a strike to Colin Tacchini. We'll see where the Dodgers wind up going here after Wagner will probably have to be taken out before the inning is concluded. At least that's what logic says, as Tacchini lifts one into the air in the infield, playable, and the second baseman, Irwin, makes the catch. So theoretically now could finish this batter, as that was pitch 106 for Caden Wagner. Two gone and a runner at third for Ian Meyer. Meyer is 1 for 3 today. He singled and scored in the fifth inning. That one misses upstairs. The count is 1-0 to Meyer. Aside from that single, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, and he grounded out in the second. Falcons lead 4-3 here in the top of the sixth. Delivery on the way to Meyer. Takes a pitch around the letters, called a strike. Count is even now to Meyer, with P.J. Safford waiting on deck for the Falcons. Set on the mound is Wagner. And the delivery. Meyer sends a screamer out to short, gloved by the shortstop Bloom. The throw on to first is in time. What a great play by Bloom at short. One hopped nearly over his head, but he was able to recover and make the throw. That was an outstanding play to take away a run from the Klamath Falls Falcons in the top of the sixth. We'll go to the bottom half, and Klamath Falls still leads 4-3 on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
It's the bottom of the sixth inning, and the middle of the Dodgers' order due up as they look to tie or take the lead. Here in the bottom of the sixth, they trail 4-3 against the Klamath Falls Falcons. Ryder Johnston, Caden Knoll, and Jeff Bloom. Three men due up against Colby Medeiros, who's been cruising right along since the first inning. I think the Falcons want to see just how long they can ride that right arm from Bonanza, Oregon. So far, he's been great since the first inning when he gave up those 3 runs. He's put up zeros since. Looking for more here in the late going. Medeiros' first pitch on the way to Johnston is going to miss low and away for ball 1. Medeiros with 6 strikeouts today, but for the most part, he's pitched to contact. A lot of weak fly balls off the bat of the Salem Dodgers here in this game as the 1-0 is fouled off. Count is even now at a ball and a strike. A couple of ground balls, but mostly it's been pop-ups. Medeiros does a good job of changing velocities and changing locations enough to keep these guys off balance since that first inning. A pitch misses outside to Johnston, and the count moves to 2-1. Johnston, for his own line score today, is 1 for 2 with an RBI single from back in the first inning. Otherwise, he grounded out in the third. Medeiros drops in a slider for a strike. Count is even now at 2. Johnston, the left-handed hitter, center fielder for the Dodgers, awaits the 2-strike pitch. It is fouled straight back, and the count remains 2-2. It was another slider out of the hands of Medeiros trying to get Johnston to chase, but was able to get a piece of it. Now the 2-2 again is hit in the air. Foul off behind third base and out of play. This game ends the road trip for the Klamath Falls Falcons as they return home tomorrow to Kiger Stadium. Pitch on the way from Medeiros is going to be taken inside for ball 3. Big doubleheader against the North Jackson Royals tomorrow for the Klamath Falls Falcons. League game, trying to keep in step with the league-leading Crater Comets, and a couple of wins tomorrow against North Jackson will go a long way for that, as well as fueling a little bit of revenge. Here's a ground ball sent out towards second base. Takini knocks it down. The throw on to first is going to take the first baseman Meyer off the bag. And an error will allow Johnston to reach to start the 6th inning. So tying run on base now for Caden Knoll. Knoll, the left fielder. He's 0 for 2 today for the Salem Dodgers. He popped out in foul territory once and lined out to shortstop in the other at-bat. Here's the delivery. Is popped foul. Count is 0-1. By the way, that error only the second for the Falcons today. They've been solid on defense. The other error came back in the second inning, and Irwin was left stranded in that instance. Medeiros trying to leave Johnston out there as well. Move over to first. They froze him, and they tagged him out. Johnston was getting ready to steal, and a perfectly timed pickoff maneuver takes that tying run off base. Count will remain 0-1, but now there's one gone in the inning. Big time out there for the Falcons here in the bottom of the 6th. Medeiros now able to work out of the windup again against Caden Knoll, ready to deliver the 0-1 pitch. Curveball is hit foul down the third base side. Count moves to 0-2. After Knoll in the order, it's Jeff Bloom. We talked about it in the top half of the inning, too, about pitch counts this late in the game. Both starters still in the contest, which has been a rarity this year to the bottom of the 6th inning. I don't think we've had a game this year in which both starters have stayed in the game this long. But Medeiros, this will be his 85th pitch here. It is popped up to first. Ian Meyer comes in. He'll make the catch. And there are quickly 2 outs here in the 6th. Back now to Jeff Bloom. And so whereas, just to finish the thought about pitch counts, whereas Wagner is nearing the end of his outing, if he comes out at all for the 7th, Medeiros still got some room to wiggle with. He's done a good job of keeping that pitch count down, now throwing number 87 against Bloom. Curveball will hit him. I believe it just barely got his front arm. And he is aboard with 2 outs. I think Medeiros was asking for clarification on that, but Pimley said, all right, yeah, it hit him. I saw it. And so aboard at first is Bloom, and it brings up Mike Gillett, who's 0 for 2 today. A couple of strikeouts in the 1st and 4th innings. Medeiros back to having to work out of the stretch. Checks on the runner at first before coming set. And the delivery is a firm fastball for strike 1. Getting ahead of the designated hitter for the Salem Dodgers. On deck, if Gillett finds a way to get on board, is Nolan Ricks. That one is another fastball knee-high called a strike. Medeiros ahead of Gillett 0-2. Bloom, not much of a lead off of first. Medeiros will still take a look over at him before coming set. And delivering the 0-2 pitch, goes off speed, and a base hit into left field. And Gillett finds a way on, moving a runner to second. And there are still 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. First base hit for the Dodgers, well, actually since the 5th inning. They had gone quite some time before in that, so that's why my mind was thinking that. But they've only got 5 base hits now for the whole day. Medeiros has done a good job of keeping him off the bases, but now trying to keep that tying run stranded at second. Timeout is called by the batter, Nolan Ricks, as he gets ready to step in what has been so far the biggest at-bat of the game for the Salem Dodgers. Not only is the tying run in scoring position, the go-ahead run stands at first. Medeiros delivers the pitch. A curveball will miss in tight and on the hands of Nolan Ricks. Count moves to 1-0. If Ricks finds a way to continue the inning for the Dodgers, up next would be Corey Sidwell. Medeiros delivers. It is a ground ball towards short. Shively boots it, unable to field it cleanly. The throw on to first is not going to be in time. And the bases are loaded after the error. Bloom to third. Gillett to second. And the second error this inning will load the bases. Tying run at third. Go ahead run at second. And some insurance stands at first. Here's Corey Sidwell. 0 for 2 today in what is now the biggest at-bat of the ball game for the Salem Dodgers thus far. When you consider the context of their season as well, you can make a case that this might be one of the more important at-bats of the whole summer thus far. Here's the pitch. It is a line drive through into left field and a base hit, tie ball game. That's as far as we're going to get. As Bloom scores, Gillett to third, Ricks to second, and Corey Sidwell with an RBI single, tying us at 4. Back to the top of the order in a brand new ball game in the bottom of the 6th. Isaac Irwin, who's reached base 3 times today. He's walked, reached on an error, and doubled his last time up. The bases loaded, and timeout is called. Carson Pimley, the catcher for the Falcons, going out to have a quick chat with his pitcher. Want to remind you that today's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you in part by God's Gifts Photography. If you're an athlete a parent of a high school athlete and you're just tired of trying to take good photos, keep up with the action at the same time, it's hard, but there is a solution. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. You can search them up on Facebook, God's Gifts 2 on Facebook, to learn more. All right, we're ready to go for the leadoff hitter, Isaac Irwin, with the bases loaded and 2 outs in a tie ball game in the bottom of the 6th. That one's hit in the air, center field. Glidden moving over. He settles underneath it, makes the catch to end the inning. We are tied at 4 as we go to the top of the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
It is the top of the 7th inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com in a tie ball game, 4-all. The Falcons will lead off with P.J. Safford, Carson Pimley, and Corbin Hamilton, looking to reclaim the lead after surrendering it in the bottom half of the 6th. Caden Wagner still out there to get the start here in the 7th inning. First pitch from Safford is rolled fair down the line. Safford digging for 2. No one is covering the second base bag. He's going to get in there safely. And a lead-off double for P.J. Safford. Puts the Falcons in perfect position here in the 7th. Safford's second double of the day makes him 3 for 4. And a golden opportunity now for the Falcons to try to push ahead that go-ahead run. Wagner at 109 pitches. This will be the last batter he can face in the person of Carson Pimley. Pimley is 2 for 2 today, most recently a 2 RBI single in the 5th inning. Wagner delivers. Pimley showing bunt, lays it down. Safford is going to be in at third. The throw to get Pimley at first is in time, but there's that out that you're looking for. Productive one as Safford advances to third. There's one gone, and Pimley advancing the runner on the sacrifice. That should, to my understanding, be it for Wagner. It should be 110 pitches for Wagner, but he's able to throw pitch 111 here, and Hamilton fouls it back. The count is 0-1. Corbin Hamilton is 0 for 2 today. Couple of strikeouts in the 4th and 5th innings. Here's the pitch. It is called a strike, 0-2. Fastball started off the plate to Hamilton, broke back over the zone. He falls behind 0-2. Ryan Glidden is on deck. The 0-2 on the way. Hamilton fights it off. Count remains 0-2. Hamilton, who's been mostly quiet today, trying to come up with a huge base hit here. Behind in the count 0-2. The pitch from Wagner is again fought off foul. Count remains. Hamilton did come up with an RBI double in the opener today in the 4th inning. That game the Falcons won 19-2. This one, of course, has been far more competitive by virtue of the, frankly, really good start by Caden Wagner on the mound out there. A little surprised he's still pitching. About to fire pitch 115. And here's the delivery to Hamilton. That is popped up in the air to the right side of the infield. The first baseman, Antone, will not be able to make the catch. It drops. Safford digging for home. He scores, and the Falcons take a 5-4 lead in the top of the 7th inning. A miscommunication behind first. Irwin thought Antone would get it, and vice versa for Antone. Nobody wound up getting it, and Hamilton is safely aboard at first, and the Falcons claim the lead. And this will bring up it'll bring up Ryan Glidden with Hamilton having just reached on the error. Glidden 1 for 3 in this ball game. Is it Glidden? I believe Takini's hitting in place of Ryan Glidden here. So Jacoby Takini will get the at-bat here in the top of the 7th inning. First at-bat for Jacoby in this ball game. On the move is Hamilton. The pitch misses high. The throw down will not get Hamilton. Slides in under the tag, and he's in scoring position as the Falcons look for more in the top of the 7th. Takini going back to the opener today. Again, no at-bats yet in this one, but earlier today was 2 for 3. Had a double and a single, reached on a fielder's choice, and scored a couple of runs for himself in that contest as well. The count is even now at a ball and a strike to Jacoby after he fouls off the 1-0 pitch. On deck is Ryan Douglas. Pitch on the way from Caden Wagner. Takini swings through the inside slider. Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes. Takini steps out, now steps back in a 2-strike count. Runner in scoring position is Corbin Hamilton. Here's the delivery from Wagner. Takini puts a jolt into one to right center field. Down, probably for extra bases. Takini digging for second base. He is in safely. Scoring from second base is Corbin Hamilton. And an RBI double for Jacoby Takini makes it 6-4 Falcons. Ryan Douglas A chance to bat now and extend the 2-run lead for the Falcons. Douglas is 0 for 3 today. He struck out a pair of times, and he reached on an error in the 4th. After Douglas in the order, it's Carson Sims. Inning started with the leadoff double from Safford. He moved over to third on the sacrifice bunt. And after Hamilton reached on an error, Safford wound up scoring. Hamilton stealing second and then scoring on the RBI double from Jacoby Tacchini. A pitch in the dirt nearly just allowed Tacchini to advance to third, but he thought better of it, and the count is 1-0 now to Ryan Douglas. Here's the pitch. Douglas pops one up, out of play, foul. Count is now even to Douglas, 1-1. Someone just tried to make a play off the ball on the net. I think that was Vladimir Perkins-Rust. Tried to make the catch off it, bouncing off the net. Couldn't bring it in, much to the groans of his teammates in the dugout, all in good fun, of course. But the count is 1-1 now to Ryan Douglas. Here's the pitch. Watches that pitch sail outside, maybe a touch high as well. Count moves to 2-1 to the left fielder for the Falcons. Despite going down on strikes twice in this game, Douglas did have a single in the opener today. Bounces one out to short here, but it eats up the shortstop again. Bloom unable to make the play, but they recover to throw out the runner trying to advance to third. Did they get the out at third? Doesn't look like they did. In safely, is Jacoby Tacchini. Runners put at the corners. And Douglas reaching on the error, bringing up Carson Sims. Sims 0 for 4 in this contest. Reached an error a couple of times, and he's flown out the other 2 times. Here he bats with one away. Here's the pitch. That one misses upstairs to Sims, and the count is 1-0. After Sims in the order is Connor Shively. More insurance runs waiting out there for the Falcons here. Looking to build on this lead in the 7th as Wagner put in a good start, but might be running on fumes. A fly ball to center field. The catch is made by Johnston. Tagging from third and scoring is Jacoby Tacchini. A sacrifice fly and gives Sims the RBI, and the Falcons lead 7-4. And Sims does his job getting across another run. Brings up Connor Shively, still looking for his first knock in the contest. Struck out 3 times today and grounded out once. Shively here in the top of the 7th will take a swing at the first pitch, lifted into shallow left field. That one is going to get down foul. And the count is 0-1 to Shively. Douglas remained at first on that sacrifice fly from Sims. Might have had a chance to advance to second, but decided against it. And after Shively in the order, if the inning continues, it's Colin Tacchini. The 0-1 coming up here from Caden Wagner. Here's the pitch. A fastball called a strike. Strike number 2 against Connor Shively. He'll have to protect here in a 2-strike count against Caden Wagner. The pitch misses upstairs. Runner is on the move. The throw down to get Douglas is not going to be caught cleanly by the shortstop Bloom, and Douglas is in safely into scoring position. Count is a ball and 2 strikes after that one missed upstairs to Shively. Set is Wagner. And the pitch. Shively stays alive, fighting it off. Count remains 1-2. Wagner about to throw pitch 130 here in the top of the 7th inning. Pitch on the way. Slider that Shively hits in the air the opposite way. The shortstop back in left field makes the catch. A nice job by Bloom to make that catch to retire the side. But the Falcons score 3 runs in the inning on 2 base hits, and they lead 7-4 going to the bottom of the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Klamath Falls Falcons have a 7-4 lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning, looking to close out a road sweep of the Salem Dodgers here in this doubleheader. Shea Rasmussen, Tanner Antone, Ryder Johnston, the 3 men due up for the Dodgers. 2, 3, and 4 in the order against Colby Medeiros, who's looking to go the distance, starting here in the inning at 94 pitches. So we'll keep a touch on that for Colby. As the first pitch is a fly ball to right field. Sims backpedaling makes the catch. And there's the first out in the 7th inning. Tanner Antone stepping in now for the Dodgers. He is 1 for 3 today. He doubled back in the first, but has since flown out and grounded out thus far. Medeiros delivers the pitch. That one's hit into the air to center field. Coming in and making the catch. I believe that was Carson Sims there in center. Someone new is in right. I think that might be Chase Barrett out there in right field. So Barrett has a catch. Sims has a catch. Whatever order it might be in, there's 2 gone in the bottom of the 7th inning on just 2 pitches. Ryder Johnston, a chance to bat now. He's the last hope for the Salem Dodgers here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Johnston today is 1 for 3. He singled in a run in the first and scored. Since then, he's grounded out and reached on an error. First pitch taken, and he takes the ball outside, 1-0. After Johnston, if the game continues, Caden Knoll is on deck for the Salem Dodgers. Here's the pitch from Medeiros. It is a ground ball up the middle and through into center field, and a single for Ryder Johnston does extend the ball game as the Dodgers show some life here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Runner aboard at first for Caden Knoll. Knoll is 0 for 3 today. He has flown out all 3 times. Once to the catcher, once to the shortstop, and once to the first baseman. Here's the delivery from Colby Medeiros. Off-speed pitch, line drive center field. Sims over a few steps, but he makes the catch, and that will end the ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons come to the state capitol and grab a sweep of the Salem Wellcare Dodgers, first 19-2, and this one 7-4. We'll be back to recap things for you and set you up for a big doubleheader tomorrow back at Kiger Stadium. So stick around for more Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Final score here in Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the Salem Wellcare Dodgers. The Falcons come away victorious 7-4, scoring their 7 runs on 8 hits and committing 3 errors. They left 10 runners on base in the contest. The Dodgers scoring their 4 runs on 7 hits, committing 7 errors and leaving 7 runners on base. The winning pitcher today in a complete game is Colby Medeiros, who pitched 7 innings, giving up 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned. He struck out 6 in the contest on 99 pitches. For the Salem Wellcare Dodgers, the losing pitcher, despite a quality effort, was Caden Wagner, who also pitched a complete game, giving up 8 hits, 7 runs, although just 3 of them earned. He walked 2 and struck out 9 on an even 130 pitches. Let's go with the Pacific Power play of the game today. Really thought about this one during the commercial break, and despite the Falcons scoring 3 big runs in the top of the 7th, I'm going to give the Pacific Power play of the day to Carson Pimley, who came up with a 2 RBI single in the 5th inning to, at the time, tie the game at 3. Big runs helped the Falcons not only come back and tie the game, but later take the lead and eventually come back and win this game 7-4. Other guys who were big for the Falcons today, a 1-for-4 day for Ian Meyer. P.J. Safford finished 3-for-4. Carson Pimley wrapped up 2-for-2 with a couple of RBI, and Jacoby Tacchini was 1-for-1 with a double and an RBI as well. For the Salem Dodgers, a 2-for-4 day with an RBI for Ryder Johnston. Tanner Antone finished 1-for-4 with a run scored. Let's see what else. 1-for-3 day for Corey Sidwell, who finished with an RBI today for the Salem Dodgers. Those are your notables there for both teams. A sweep today for the Falcons improves their win-loss record to 24-6-1 on the season. The Salem Dodgers fall in this contest to 0-23. Taking a look at what's coming up next for both teams. First, for the Dodgers, who have the next few days off, they'll be playing a looks like a 3-game series against Newport. That begins on Monday and continues Tuesday for the Dodgers. Meantime, for the Falcons, a big doubleheader coming up tomorrow night at Kiger Stadium at 5:30. They'll be playing the North Jackson Royals. Big-time games. The Falcons will be looking for revenge, and they could certainly use your help. If you want to come on out and support the Falcons, join us at Kiger Stadium tomorrow night at 5:30. Just $5 for adults to get in, $3 for kids. Hot dogs, hamburgers, and great baseball awaits you at historic Kiger Stadium tomorrow night against the North Jackson Royals. I want to thank everybody who made today's broadcast possible, both head coaches, Sean Teeters of the Klamath Falls Falcons, Art Cummins of the Salem Dodgers, for getting me what I need before the broadcast began today. And thank you to you for joining us today. Also, thank you to the official scorer today, Wendy Glidden, for running the scorebook, the official scorebook today for the Klamath Falls Falcons. And again, thank you to you for joining me not only today here from the state's capital, but also all season long for Falcons baseball as we continue tomorrow night. The Falcons picking up a doubleheader sweep of the Dodgers today. The opener going their way 19-2 and closing out a nightcap win 7-4. We'll see you tomorrow night, hopefully, at Kiger Stadium as the Falcons take on the North Jackson Royals. But until then, my name is Josh Eldridge saying so long and have a great rest of your Thursday evening. Goodbye from Salem, Oregon.